Okay. Have we seen Councilmember Beck yet?
1, 2, perfect.
Okay. And Carrie is late. He's just texted me, so, okay. She's not here yet? Okay. Shh. I'll text her. Okay. Okay. If council members will get seated, we'll get started. There you go. Happy Wednesday. Well, I'm glad the marshals picked you up. It wouldn't be the same without you in person.
Do you want to? Do you want to just go ahead and grab your computer and move over there, just so somebody else doesn't?
Yeah.
Jared, I really don't like trying to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Has anybody? Okay, good morning. I'm going to get us started here. We have a few council members stuck in traffic, which happens sometimes. Thank y'all for braving the weather. This is always a really fruitful use of our time, and so I'm excited to be with David Eisenlohr and his team today. Thank you, David, for being so organized. And then importantly, thank you to TCC and all of their leadership for helping make today happen. It's a beautiful space, and I thought it would be a good opportunity for us to get outside of our city hall and talk about the future of Fort Worth. I will be brief and just turn it over now to, I think, David Cook, and then who's going to introduce a good friend, Susan Alanis, as well.
Thank you. I'll just go ahead and admit up front that Michael Crane wanted me to put redistricting on the agenda this morning. and, that's right. And we're not going to do that. I think the mayor said the right words. This is about the future of Fort Worth. And it's a time that we could put aside redistricting and all those other things that are on your mind that are currently in front of you, because this is thinking about not just next week, next month, next year, but in the next decade or so. So it is thinking about the future. And we need to take more time to do that every now and then. So I want to thank everybody for taking the time out of the day to do that, because I do think it's very important that we put the next generation at the front of our minds every now and then and think about what we want the long-term impact of our time here to be. I do have the pleasure and the honor to introduce the Chief Operating Officer of Tarrant County College, this is when I start crying. She used to work.
Large Jenga knocking it down experience that you'll get to have. But on that note, I'd like to introduce our acting chancellor. I think she's a familiar face to many of you, and some of you she may be new, so she'll tell you a little bit about herself. But Dr. Elva LeBlanc.
County, and that's thanks to your support and the support of the taxpayers who had the vision back in the 60s to say that a community college was critical for the economic development of this community, and they were right. We work so hard and are so focused on budgeting every little penny that we don't market ourselves very well. So a lot of individuals throughout Tarrant County don't really know the spectacular work that's taking place at this college. So Susan asked me to share a little bit about myself. I started out at Tarrant County College as a student. I came back as a faculty member. I was invited to become an administrator, and I've worked in all the different levels of this college. I also was Chief Academic Officer for Austin Community College and President of Galveston College. And in each institution, I learned a great deal about the challenges of working with individuals that are well educated, very smart, and don't necessarily have the same viewpoint. So we take great pride in hiring independent thinkers that have this strong philosophy about whatever their discipline may be, and then we ask them to work as a team. So that's a lot of fun, right? But we've managed to do that. And Tarrant County College has moved in the direction of working as one college versus 6 independent campuses. We're working together in collaboration because we know that, again, through those internal partnerships, we're able to better serve the community. I have a reputation for being very good at reaching out and having strong partnerships with business and industry with our public schools. So when I was president on the Northwest campus, I started the first early college high school in Tarrant County. At the time, everyone said, that is the craziest thing I've ever heard of. It's not going to work. We were actually working with 2 independent school districts, Fort Worth ISD and the small district that's right there next to our college campus. And it worked out beautifully, and now we've got multiple early college high schools throughout the Tarrant County. We graduate over 400 students with associate degree before they get their high school diploma. These are individuals that are first in their family to attend college. Often they are ESL, English is their second language, or they might not have made very good decisions for themselves in the high school. When you put them among adult learners, they don't behave the way they did in the high school. They feel a little foolish. And so all of these environment that we've created for them have allowed them to be hugely successful, and I have to give most of the credit to our faculty. We have amazing faculty. So I mentioned that I started as a student at Tarrant County College. Some of the best faculty professors that I had in my entire college career were professors at Tarrant County College. And so you need to know that we are committed to Tarrant County. The trains will continue running on time. I love this institution. I grew up here, and Tarrant County is my home. I've lived in this region for decades, and I've served on multiple boards and given back to the community in every way that I can. Right now, it's important to me for you to know that our focus is our students. We continue to do the good work, and we will continue serving Tarrant County and Fort Worth in the very best way that we can. So thank you again for being here, and if there's anything else that we can do for you, we're here to serve. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Elba.
Good morning. I'm excited to see everybody here today. I'm glad you came, and we're looking for a very active, busy day today. You have a copy of the agenda in front of you, and so I promise not to read that to you. But this gives you sort of an idea what the planned flow for the day is. We're going to start at the very highest level, and we're going to ask you to think about, talk about your personal vision for the city of Fort Worth. So start with vision, and then we'll sort of go down this funnel of kind of increasing specificity. We're going to talk about, well, if this is our vision, what are the forces that are working on us externally? What are the trends and the factors and the pressures that are on you as governing members to deliver that vision? And we'll then next turn our attention to the organization itself. What are we good, SWAT? What are we good at? What are we not so good at? What worries us, and what are our opportunities? And then by the afternoon, we'll actually ask you to start thinking about what specific concrete things do you want to accomplish over the next period of time. No particular time horizon, but what are the things that we need to do, understanding the environment that we work in, having assessed ourselves and talked about our vision. What do we need to do to move us ahead? So we should end the day with some sense of where the council is in terms of vision and big picture priorities. We won't be doing a lot of ranking of projects and individual programs so much as painting a picture of where we want to take the city and the organization itself. The process is going to feel kind of messy. It's always kind of mushy in the middle. I found this years ago, but I like this graphic that says that, you know, there's a part of it that'll be a groan zone, and we'll be putting you through, well, we're going to ask you to think and make lists, and quantity will be more of the emphasis than quality initially, and then in the afternoon it'll start to all converge and we'll get to something specific. So this is my trust the process message to you. It's good to have ground rules, so I'll propose these and see if there are others that you might suggest. Please turn your cell phones off or to stun. Years ago, I used to have to say cell phones and pagers, but now it's just cell phones. Understand you may need to take a call, fully understand, but if you have to excuse yourself quietly, please do so. We just want to keep the flow going. We've organized this room in a way that, as you've probably seen, that we've mixed the senior staff and the council together, and that's all about trying to promote a sense of collaboration and teamwork among the most senior leaders and the policymakers. But we'll also try to understand and respect as we go through this the various roles and responsibilities. Council sets policy, so at the end of the day when we're starting to do some prioritization, those will be council. We're going to use some technology to do that. Council setting policy, staff contributing from their expertise, but professional advice and not policy making. Please participate, and I'll ask sort of for the leeway. If you're not participating, I'm going to call on you and ask you to participate. And if I see someone that may be dominating, I may interject and ask you to let someone else talk. Is that okay? All right. Avoid killer phrases. What's a killer phrase? That'll never work.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
Yeah, that's a stupid idea. And there are even more subtle ones, like, well, we tried that before. Yeah. Yeah. So let's try to keep an open mind. Again, in this idea of out here, we're going to focus on quantity, not as much as quality. We're not evaluating. We're going to get there, but let's let everybody have their say. Elmo. This is my favorite one. Everybody has Elmo. Elmo is something I learned when I went through Baldridge training, and it's an acronym that stands for enough. Let's move on. So if you sense that we're getting bogged down, feel free to holler Elmo, and we'll evaluate whether we move on or not, and I'll do the same. Have fun. Humor helps. This is serious stuff, no doubt, but it's also kind of uplifting and fun, and we should have some fun as we do this. Bio breaks is needed. The restrooms are right this way. So there you go. Any other rules that you want to propose? Does anybody object to those rules? Okay. Good. You're all on record. From time to time during this session, we're going to use some technology, and we're going to spend a couple of minutes to just get you oriented to that, get you logged on so we can use it along the way. So each of you have either your tablet or your smartphone. Please join the TCCD public network. That's one of the networks that should pop up on your device. And that's open to the public. And I think it will ask you for your email address to log in and get on. I want you to know that part of the value of the polling that we're doing, it's all anonymous. We're not capturing names, IP addresses, tracking all of that. That's just to get you on the network. And then navigate to poll everywhere, pollev.com/DavidE675. And I'm really focused on the people sitting at this horseshoe in terms of what we're going to do first, which is what are your expectations. So when you get there, first we're just going to have a little fun with it to make sure you're on the system and it's working. And you should see when you get logged on, you'll see this question. If you were a superhero, what superpower would you choose to have? So,
It might take just a minute for everybody to get onto that.
yeah, that's right. I want to make sure everybody's found their way to the URL and that you've got a connection. Does anybody not? You bet. Woody, can you help out? Anybody that needs help? I failed to introduce my colleague with me today. I'm sorry. Woody Battle from our Philadelphia office is here to help. Shouldn't matter. Doesn't matter. Does everybody have a connection and you're on? Anybody not, maybe, is a better way to ask the question. Okay. Yeah, what a mistake people sometimes make is they'll put pollev.com David E675 in the search bar rather than the address bar, and that'll confuse you. So, Are we good? So you should now see the poll on your screen. If you were a superhero, what superpower would you choose to have? Flying, invisibility, X-ray vision, super hearing, telekinesis, super strength, mind reading. And I think we have 16 people here, so the number I'm looking for is about 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Mr. Moon's not here, so 15 will be the number. We're not going to analyze you on this. It's just to make sure it's working. All right, there we go. So, mind reading and invisibility. I would guess mind reading is well, no, I'm not going to guess. Never mind. Okay, so here's a substantive question, and this is what we talked about in some of our conversations. If today is going to be worth your while, what happens? In a brief phrase, what do you hope to achieve over the course of this workshop? And you can answer up to 3 times, and you should begin to see the results of your colleagues scroll across the screen. You type in a little phrase, and you'll have to hit enter or register or something like that. Mutual understanding. So if today is worthwhile, you walk out of the room having a better understanding of the priorities and the concerns of each of you. Build relationships between David and the ACM team with the council. Specific directions the new council wants the staff to take. A new plan for the city of Fort Worth. Direction and agreement on collective vision. This is all very consistent, by the way, with what you all told me individually. Understand the vision for our city from our colleagues. Define and refine our priorities. Future thinking. Build relationships. So if we come out of today with a sense of a more cohesive team, really understanding one another and our respective roles and respecting that, and coming up with some ideas about where you want to take the city, both as policy leaders and as administrators, that'll be a good day. Okay. I'm going to move on. We're going to do a little icebreaker game. Everybody played Jenga before? You know, you're with me. That's true. Who made the tower collapse last time? So one of the things I usually have done in the past is I've given some summary of the interviews I've did. Actually, I've merged those two into this Jenga game. So on the end of each one of these blocks is something one of you told me that was important to you. This says support transformative projects such as the TAMU campus, Crescent Hotel, Bowie House, the stockyards. That was what one of you said was, an important thing that you wanted to accomplish. I'm going to ask you each to come up in turn, and maybe we wouldn't line up to make this go faster, and just pull out a block and read the quote. It's not a quote, they're paraphrased, out loud. Talk a little bit about it if you want to, and then we'll go to the next one, and we'll see how far we get. So line up. Just go around this way. Well, I guess you're in the hot seat.
I guess so, since the city manager said so.
Go ahead, Letitia. Don't knock it down on the first one, though.
And I will, trust me.
So you,
Pull out one?
yeah, you played this game. So what you do
No,
is,
I've never played it.
oh, you haven't? Okay.
No.
So you look for one that you think you can get out,
Oh.
and then you stack it right back on top. So there you go. You
Well,
did
you
it.
did it. Okay.
So read that out loud.
Identify. Okay, here's the one I have. Identify community policing, champions, and increase community engagement.
Yeah, so one of the council members said it's really important to me that we really identify people in the community to champion community policing and do a better job of engagement with the community. Next, Mark. I'm see if I can.
Are you reading or am I reading?
You reread it.
I'm reading. Need for more. Come on. Are you hearing me?
It's not.
That's all right. I'll read loud. Need for more focus on the needs of the homeless population and annual budget allocation is required.
Right. Okay. So stack it on top, and we'll go to the next one. So more focus on the homeless population is important to one or more of you.
Test.
There you go. Boy, you're doing it the hard way, Fernando.
Equitably complete, oh, I don't want to say this, redistricting.
All right, you can stop. You can stop there.
Perfect time.
That's what one of you said.
Clearly communicate the priorities of the new council so the people know they were heard.
Right.
That was mine.
Well, you're right. It was yours. Ooh. Ooh, there's a loose one.
Do I like what it says? This is why you try to get in line early.
Ah, bingo.
Now the secret is when I put it back on top. We should define what we want to be as a city when we grow up. Okay.
Ah, all right.
All right. Promote economic development in at-risk communities.
Okay.
Go low, go low.
We can arrange those. Yeah, you have to put it on top. No, we got to build the layer.
This goes against my structural sensibility.
There you go.
All right.
I've decided I don't want to be acting anymore.
You can have this job. Take it back.
That's what Michael told me to do.
That's right.
Fort Worth must pivot away from its small town mentality to that of a grown-up city.
There you go.
Understand why Elizabeth Beck drives that little car and does not like car washes. Just kidding. Provide general fund resources to support new startup businesses.
Uh-oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's solid. It's solid for you, part-time. You got it. Oh, find a loose one.
There you go.
The city council needs to focus time on the strategic rather than the routine. Okay.
You have to complete the layer, so, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're entering the danger zone. Not.
A more aggressive economic development in the inner city is needed.
Valerie? You can try this one if you want.
No, I'm going to try that. Promote Fort Worth's conservative governance as an...
Promote.
I'm sorry. Promote Fort Worth's conservative governance as an economic development tool.
Yep. No pressure. There you go, there you go.
Focus on major infrastructure needs outside of the 820 loop.
Mayor? Ooh, she got it. Wow.
Preserve and protect the CCBD funding for the police department.
Okay, Derek.
Integrity test.
Wow. Okay.
Well, there's that.
Thank you all for that. I mean, you know, typically when you do these kind of things, there's sort of a metaphorical context for that. And what is that? What, other than having some fun, what are we trying to communicate here? You all have a whole lot of good ideas, and the tower is a lot stronger when they're all together. So thank you for your work, and we'll clean the mess up in a minute. And it's now on to really one of the more important parts of these retreats each year, and that's the update on growth trends and data, and Mark McAvoy is going to lead that. There you go.
Thank you. All right, thank you, David. Mayor, Council, it's an honor to be here and to be able to present these growth trends to you this morning. I want to, before I get started, just take a minute to thank Frida Castaneda and all of the team from TCC that put in all the work to help get all of this set up. The city team, Tracy Martin on my staff, all of these folks back here, we wouldn't be able to present this morning without all of their work over the last couple of days to get us set up and ready. So thank you all for that. I appreciate it. What you saw on some of the blocks that we read, and I'm sure that we're on some of the ones that we didn't, think of especially the ones that we read and heard as we go through this. And so what you're going to see is somewhat familiar in some ways, because a lot of what is going to be presented this morning has been presented in some way or another in other presentations over the course of the last year or so. And there is also new information sprinkled in. Most of it is information that is coming from the past and leading up to current, in addition to some information that is a projection or a forecast. So as we go through, you'll be able to see with some visual cues what is coming from past and what is projected into the future. So here we go. And feel free to stop anytime and interject questions as we go. I've got about 45 slides, so we're going to try to get through this in the time allotted. So just some level setting. You've seen this before. After the 2020 census count, City of Fort Worth came in at 918,915. Placement really isn't all that important, other than the controversy that we heard about 12 and 13. According to the count, we're 13, but the most important part of this is the growth rate. The change over 2010 to 2020 is 24%. That was by far not by far necessarily, but it was the highest change of any large city until you get down to number 66, which is Irvine, California, was the highest ranking city that had more than 24% growth. So of the 20 largest cities, Fort Worth was the largest growing over the last decade. When you look at the other statistics here, 18th in density, well below the average density, but again, first in growth rate. So with the population trends, you've seen this before as we got ready for the kickoff of the redistricting process, as we relayed the 2020 census count information. Won't spend a lot of time here, but as you can see from the statistics of the census counts starting in 1990 and going through 2020, the city is getting more integrated, less or more racially diverse, as you can see there at the bottom, 2020, with that stratification at 38% white, 18% African American, 34% Hispanic Latino, 4% Asian, 5% other. I like to include these because I think these tell a really great picture of what the previous bar chart kind of alluded to. And as you can see here, with the blue, yellow, and orange shading, in the 1990 map is concentrated largely inside of 820. When we take a look at this over time, going to 2000, going to 2010, and then finally with the 2020 census count, you see the yellow, blue, and orange expanding outward. And so, again, to reiterate, the city is becoming more integrated, less segregated. And as we go and prepare for the 2030 census, even though that's 8 years away, I would expect for this trend to continue into the future. So some additional population trends with respect to age. You can see that as the population grows, the numbers don't change all that much, although you will notice that there was some change, some significant change not significant change, but change going from 2010 to 2020 in a couple of categories. But by and large, except for coming from 1990 to 2000, these numbers are fairly consistent. There's not a lot of drifting with these age categories from census to census. So altogether, fairly consistent with respect to age. The city is growing both in population who is moving here from other places, and it is also growing by way of annexation. As you can see here, there are two groups of annexed territories. One of them is all of the territory that the city annexed between 2000 and 2010, which was approximately 30,000 acres, and then all of that annexed between 2011 and 2021, which was approximately 13,000 acres. And so, again, the city, as they annex territory, is growing, although most of this is on the edge or infill with enclaves. It's not terribly distinguishable on this map, but you can see the extraterritorial jurisdiction kind of in a hatched shading there on the mostly western, northern, and southwestern boundaries. That's where a lot of this annexation has occurred over the past 22 years or so. Growth rate from 2010 to 2020. As you can see, and it is not a surprise based on the numbers that we saw in the population growth, particularly in Council District 7 up on the north side, is where the majority of the concentrated growth has occurred over the last decade. And you can also see some 100% changes in tracts out on the east side, but primarily those are concentrated on the northern end, north there of hugging 820 and north of 820. Here's one of the projected growth rate. So this is looking out into the future, 2020 to 2045. And by the way, these numbers are based upon estimates that North Central Texas Council of Governments publishes. And tomorrow, in fact, they're going to release their new estimates for 2045 projections. And so all of those figures will be public as of tomorrow. We've got some of them sprinkled in here because they allowed us to use them because they've already briefed their executive board. But the public numbers will be released tomorrow, but they are incorporated here. So if you look at the 2045 projection, you see more of those parcels or tracts with 100% growth. You see a concentration of them outside of 820 wrapping around the city. So still strong growth projected, although I will say that they have revised the city's 2045 population downward, and you'll see that in a slide in just a minute, and I'll explain it again when I get there. And in fact, it's here. So this is the slide that we're projecting population growth. This is based on the NCT COGS figures, and when they last released their 2045 projections, the city's population at 2045 was projected to be approximately 1.4 million. They've revised that downward, as they have for all of the cities in the region, all of the big cities in the region. And in comparison with those on the chart, Dallas and Arlington have also been revised down as well. But you can still see significant growth projected between 2020 and 2045 of about 31%. How does that translate into density? Where are people most congregated? In 2020, you can see those hot spots there up along the northern tier and just outside of I-35 on the east, and then down south-southwest, where the highest concentrations of density occurs in the city according to the 2020 census counts. Now, the yellow are obviously the most people, but the red is a high concentration as well. So you've got these areas of density, these little teardrops that appear on the map there, north, south, southwest, and then across kind of the I-30, 287 corridors there, as you see. What does it look like projected for 2045? Same places with density, but as you can see, some of them have intensified, and we've got new spots showing up, particularly around downtown, extending north into what is Panther Island out here, outside of the view of the building that we're in. And so as you can see, more density happening, but still a lot of density around the major transportation corridors, as you would expect. Let's look at jobs. Job growth, and I'll say also that the Census Bureau is not projected to release its 2020 American Community Survey data until sometime in March. So unfortunately, we don't have those updates to incorporate into this presentation. So American Community Survey data stops at 2019. So some of these figures, and we'll point them out, and this is one of them, that uses 2019 American Community Survey as the endpoint. And you can see here that compared with Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston, between 2010 and 2019, the city of Fort Worth's job growth outpaced those other major Texas cities. When you look at what does that look like between the ratio of jobs to households on those same comparable cities, you see that Fort Worth is on the low end. In fact, it's the next lowest, the second lowest. So although it added the most jobs, the job growth was the highest, it still has some room to catch up to Dallas, Austin, and Houston. So looking out into the future, we'll see some information that may paint a picture of how that's going to happen, or the numbers associated with that catch-up. Employment density, where, like the population, where are the jobs located within the city? As you can see here, going back to 2005, sometimes it's helpful to look back farther. In this case, we have the data from 2005, and so you can see there are a few areas where the employment density is higher than in other places, but in no tract except downtown and just southwest of downtown in that medical center area do you see the highest density category identified on the map. This is 2005. As we see the data for 2019, and again, this is American Community Survey data, we see more of those highest intensity categories show up. We see out on the far east side around the airport area, and then some others start to creep into that 10.1 to 50 jobs per acre category that is different than the 2005 map showed. Now let's project and look at what it looks like for 2045, and you see that although there aren't a large number of tracts that moved from the second highest density to the highest, there are many that moved from a lower density category into that middle tier. And so job densification happening along the 35 corridor up north, as you would expect around Alliance, and some other areas where we would expect to see more jobs being added and that job density increasing. An interesting way to look at that, if you look at the job balance as compared to the adult population in these census blocks, this is somewhat revealing here. So you see the yellow areas are areas where there are fewer than one job per adult defined as someone who is voting age population. And then the green shades is somewhere between 1 and 1.5 per adult, and then the purple areas are more than 1.5 jobs per adult. And so you can see, as compared to, or even in contrast with, the jobs density that we just saw for 2019, we have many areas throughout the city where there is more than 1.5 jobs per adult. This is an interesting chart that I wanted to make sure to include because it kind of, in summary, shows at a very high level what the business cycle looks like. And this is being reported by the Dallas Fed for the Fort Worth, Arlington combined areas. But what this does is it measures in aggregate the unemployment rate, the non-ag employment, wages, and then retail sales. And as you can see there, going back to January of 04 all the way through December of 2021, there's a positive growth in 211 of the 252 months that are accounted for in that range. And so you can see kind of the dip in 09 and 2010, which was the recession, and then the big cliff in late 2019, early 2020, which is the COVID-related dip. And so you can see that we have now come out of that, and the December 21 report is higher than at any previous point along this graph, going back to 2004. But if you look at this going back to 1980, that would still be true. Is one of those figures that the business cycle incorporates into its index, the unemployment rate. The change between 2000 and 2019 is reflected here. And so as you can see by the shading on the left map, the 2000 map, as compared with the 2019 map on the right, you see that there is more concentration of unemployment rate in 2000. So we've gotten a reduced concentration of unemployment rate as we've gone from 2000 to 2019. That's good news. So you can see that although the overall unemployment rate only dropped by about a percentage point, that it is not concentrated in as many places as it was in 2000. We look at the median home value information again, comparing 2000 to 2019. There's a little bit of change that you can detect as you kind of scan from 2000 to 2019. If you control for inflation, you see the concentration of the values going around, starting in the north and wrapping around to the southwest and up into the central core of the city. Median home value in 2019 was 209,400 as compared to 93,000 in 2000. And so you see a large increase over those two years, 20 years apart. Median household income, you can see a fairly significant change here as well, especially with the concentration of those households earning in the higher range of the bracket. But the median household income in 2019 being 65,000, just over 65, as compared to 2043. And again, these are all adjusted for inflation. Another one of the factors in the business cycle analysis, or one of the things that factors into it, is the poverty rate. And so comparing, again, 2000 to 2019, you can see that the concentration is largely similar in 2019. In fact, in some areas north of downtown, it's intensified when comparing 2019 to 2020. Although the poverty rate in total for the city as a whole has gone down by 0.1%. Although the population has gone up by approximately 400,000 over that time, the poverty rate has actually gone down. So before we get off of kind of the demographic information, are there any questions that I can help answer before we move into some of the budget information? Yes, sir.
Going back to the job to household ratio, does that include access to urban services like transit network?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, I've heard it said before that
that ratio also takes into account those access and proximities to these urban services. For example, like in the central city area, right? If people are commuting, for example, outside of where they live,
I understand.
you see,
Yeah.
that's going to affect your ratio.
I will have to confirm that. I don't know if that's incorporated into this statistic.
Okay, and let's see. Oh, you have it up right there. Where is Fort Worth right now on that ratio?
At 1.54, so it is the second lowest.
Okay. So something, and I don't know, please confirm this, at that ratio level, that may indicate that a lot of people are commuting further out.
Could be.
To get to their jobs. Okay, so yeah, if you can confirm that, Mark, I
Absolutely.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions about the demographic information? before we
Yeah,
move
I
on?
had one question, Mark.
Yes, sir.
So historically, how accurate has census data been when you look back at it? Say, okay, this is what we're projecting population is going to be, where they're moving, so forth, in the next 10 years. Is it accurate?
So we could definitely run a look-back analysis to compare, say, the COGS estimates or projections over the last 30 years or so with the census count and come up with a better answer. I can tell you that the 2020 census count estimates, and this is another factor to consider, estimates that Texas as a whole undercounted by about 1.8%. Now, how that impacts what, in this case, we're using COG projections said, say, 20 years ago, we would be at 2020, we'll have to go back and we can run that analysis and do kind of a projection, actual, how much were we off comparison so that we know what that is. I don't have that at front of mind here.
Mark, we actually presented that information at this retreat 2 years ago at Meacham Airport, and some folks around the table will remember we presented what COG and the city expected our growth to be over the next from 2000, and we missed it by a mile. We underestimated what our growth would be. We never even came close. So the tendency in Fort Worth, North Texas, has been so building permits, our zoning regulations. They've got a model that takes all those factors into account.
But we can definitely quantify those and report back. That would be interesting to know.
Hey,
It
Mark.
Sounds like we have that. Yes.
Sorry, we were wanting to know too, do you have any information on the quality of jobs that you show that we have more jobs here, but do you have, and not quality, maybe I guess the income or the wages tied to those jobs?
So we would definitely, in this presentation, be able to kind of gauge over that same period of time what changes occurred in the median household income, which you can see here, but we would have to do some more in-depth analysis at a, job category level to see what the shifts were between one point and another at a more detailed level. In the aggregate, we can kind of see some of that with income levels, but not necessarily job quality, not with the census data. We would have to go out and get some other data sources, but we could look into performing that analysis.
And I'll just add to that, I think that's a good idea, because when you talk about the median household income, we have to be careful with that, because everyone that lives in Fort Worth does not work in Fort Worth.
Exactly.
And so even though those income in the house goes up, it could be from somewhere else. So I think the report that she's asking for, I think that'll be really good to try to figure out the jobs that we have in Fort Worth, are they actually getting the people in Fort Worth out of poverty?
Yeah, and I'll piggyback on what Chris is saying. I think he's absolutely correct. And I think as we think throughout the day, one thing that I had made notes on to talk about was what our current jobs per capita per household that Fort Worth businesses provide to our families and what our goals should be around that in the coming decade. Because I think a number would be nice to kind of have in mind, like what is a healthy number of jobs per capita, and we can look at our other cities. Sure. That's for council to consider as well. Because we've known for a long time, we had the problem as being a commuter city, and people were going across North Texas, which is natural when you have such a large metro area with a lot of economic opportunity. But what do we want to achieve here in Fort Worth from an economic development perspective would be helpful. So,
Right. Eric, do you have all of these down so we can start looking? Okay.
Mark, I'll throw one at you. And I want to make sure Robert Stearns is listening to this one. Historically, I've been critical of the wages that companies we offer abatement packages to have offered. But in recent years, those wages have been on the increase. Is there any way you can tie that data into all of the salaries, job quality, tie that together to see how we're doing on how we bring in companies and what they're paying and how that impacts the Fort Worth wage earner?
We can certainly add any variable to that analysis and make sure that we are looking specifically at that one as well.
Okay, and I state for the record, they have been better because I've been so very critical. And I appreciate the effort for us to negotiate. And could you go to, in any slide showing the job centers, I can easily point out Centerport, DFW, and Bell, because those are touching my district, whether completely or partially as the airport does. But I'm looking south. Is that where you're going to see the bakery, Alcon, Miller Brewery? Can you just touch some of those so that everybody who's not familiar with the city as a whole might know? And of course, we all know Alliance. And if we can get the average wage that those companies pay, I think that would be helpful too, and that data is available.
It's not showing.
You have to use your finger.
And then, obviously, these
And
things up here that
Facebook.
have come in on the north, up towards Alliance, and then what you mentioned out here, some of those we can definitely highlight
Yeah.
as we perform that analysis. But
I think it'll be good. And the other thing I'd like for us to see is what is the average wage that the Fort Worth companies are paying. That data is available through Workforce Solutions. But just to see, how are Fort Worth companies doing by Fort Worth people? And as much data as we can get, we can build a stronger, wage earner here in the city.
absolutely. Good suggestion. Okay. So what we want to
Hey,
do
Mark.
here. Yes.
Sorry, is the presentation available? Yeah.
In Dropbox.
Is it Dropboxable?
It is Dropboxable. It is not presently in the Dropbox. Yes, but we will
Is that
make
a
sure
new
that
verb?
everyone has it.
Drop it in.
Drop it in.
Yes. Okay, let's see. General fund, what we wanted to do here is we wanted to, we've kind of talked through demographic, job-related, population information. Now we wanted to take a look over the last several years and show you some changes, particularly with respect to the general fund and CCPD budgets. And so what we're going to start with here is that combine those two funds, adopted budget change over the fiscal 2010 to 2022 period. So essentially a 13-year period that we're looking at here. And so you see how the growth from 2010 occurs over a steady growth through 2022. At an aggregate, we're talking a change of 54% between those 2 points. If you look at the departments that make up those two budgets, and you look at from high to low in terms of budgeted dollars, you can see the top 10 that are presented here: police, fire, transportation and public works, parks and rec, economic development, and on down. The difference in shading that you're seeing is the dark blue bar represents the general fund, the orange bar represents the CCPD. So on both the budget graph by aggregate budget and by department, you're seeing a general fund component and a CCPD component. Only a couple of departments, police, park, neighborhood services, have both elements of budget, general fund, CCPD. So when you look at the department breakdown, you're only seeing the CCPD component on those departments. If you look at the actual dollars in more detail to see some of the change between fiscal 2010 and 22 at a department level, again, you're looking at the top 10 here. And again, you see that police and park and rec have both a general fund component and a CCPD component. You see that the total growth, again, is right at that 54%, 53.5. And you see the total change, approximately $323 million over that period of time. And then you see how that change affected each department and its proportion of the total of those two fund budgets in each year that we're looking at. And so you see, going from top to bottom, and these are sorted by the fiscal 22 total budget, right? So highest to lowest, with police on top, information technology at the bottom. The rates of growth are fairly consistent in some cases with the total growth, but look at some of the others. Police is just under, fire is significantly over, TPW is significantly under, park and rec over, but look at economic development, and a lot of that has to do with the incentive dollars that have been put into the economic development department between 2010 and 2022. Code compliance, a major jump, and I'll point out that in cells where there is no number, it means that either the department wasn't a department in 2010 or it wasn't in 2022. And so only the ones that had budgets in both of those years have the full row of data represented here.
So Mark, on that note, like for instance, development services, which has been many different iterations, maybe it was planning development. Fernando, is that right, in 2010?
Yep.
Is there a way for us to know, it's not totally comparable because I know we split departments. I'm just really curious how we've evolved over those time periods, and are we in place where we need to be for some of those departments?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a great example. Property management is another. It was part of another department, and there's many reorganizations that you would see when you looked across. But yes, there's a way to match dollar for dollar as you go back. We made a decision for this presentation to keep it essentially at top 10, so we didn't present so many figures that people's eyes blurred. But yes, we can track that back and show that evolution as it happens over time.
Yeah. And then my other question might be for the department, it doesn't have to be necessarily you, maybe the department heads. So for instance, like police and fire, big increases, parks and rec. Police and fire, I'm presuming a lot of that is personnel and adding additional rank to their forces, but that could be incorrect. And then parks and recreation, same thing there, to make sure we're staying on a pace with where all those departments need to be.
Well, and Mark, I can't remember if the next slide has personnel increases, but to piggyback on what the mayor was saying, a lot of this growth with the departments that have capital, this is being driven by new buildings. So the new building increases the operating budget, both in personnel and in just general operating.
Thanks, Manya.
And I want to add on too, with police and fire, their collective bargaining, meet and confer, so their increases would have been a part of that as well.
But to that point, and to follow up on Manya's response, the next couple of slides show from an authorized position perspective what those changes look like in the same group of departments. And so this won't necessarily show, or it doesn't show the average pay per position, but it's showing you a growth in the authorized positions. Not that we can't provide that other data, we just don't have it incorporated here. So as you can see here, same period of time, same two funds, general fund and CCPD. The combined change over time on the total number of authorized positions in aggregate grew 21%. Remember that the budget grew by 54% in aggregate. And then when you look again at the department breakdown going from highest to lowest, again, you see the top 10 or so that are represented here, with police being highest, followed by fire and on down. And again, I'll point out that the orange bar represents the CCPD component, and only a couple of departments have that. Whereas on the left side, you're seeing the aggregate. And so again, here,
Mark,
by department. Yes, ma'am.
Before you, on that slide, I have a question that really is going to make department heads uneasy, because I know they really don't speak with the frankness I would like to hear. But are we able to identify needs? For example, I know in development services, we hear complaints about tree inspectors, and I don't think the city has a position that's dedicated specifically to tree inspectors. When we look at neighborhood services where you have priority repair, and it's still at $5,000, you know, for reasons that department heads can justify. But do we go as deep as needed positions? And I know that calls for some lobbying with the city manager, who I respect highly. But I just think based on complaints that we hear, I'm trying to determine if there is a correlation you can make. And with the 1, 2, 3, 4 system that we have now, we should be able to know where the complaints are coming from and tie those to needed positions. And no, David, no department head asked me to pose that question. But I'm just trying to figure out, you know, how are we tying in not just the positions that we have, but to those that we need. It took a couple of years for Randall Harwood to get, I think, 3 positions. And so how do you address need in this, or is that another location, another conversation?
Well, I think this points out what is there, what has been there. I think
Okay.
to address the what is needed and how to accomplish that need, that's a bit of a different conversation. I don't know if any of the ACMs or David want to.
No, I'm not. I guess that'll be a future agenda item to truly address the need, because I think the complaints we hear from citizens should drive need, or at least have it addressed in some way. And I was shocked when I found out, just looking, that we really don't have people dedicated specifically for tree inspections. And as much growth as we have, even if it's a shared role, it's nothing that is dominant. And so I'll put that on the table on a Tuesday.
But what I will say is that, you know, through the budget process, and I don't want to speak for other department heads, but generally speaking, each department head is evaluating his or her operation and what the needs are in order to meet the objectives.
No offense, but I can tell you that it's not as simple as that, but thank you
Sure.
for the effort.
Sure. But that evaluation is happening and goes into the budget-making process. But to your point.
Look at me in
maybe
the
another
eye.
conversation.
Thank you.
So if you look at this by the numbers, top 10 here, that, again, you see that aggregate change of 21.2%. Again, we're talking authorized positions here. You see that police over that time grew by 15, fire by almost 7, park and rec. Again, some of this incorporates, back to the mayor's earlier point, some reorganizations. And because you see some very significant changes here, both on the high and low sides.
Wait, Mark, too, like on the fire side, new fire stations coming online.
Sure. Yes, there are all kinds of variables over this 13-year period that would account for growth and retraction. Now we're going to shift and we're going to look at some characteristics of the city's workforce that is made up by those figures that you just saw, plus every other fund that has authorized positions as a part of it as well. So now we're expanding and we're looking at the entire workforce. So this is something that, if you remember, last year's retreat was incorporated into one of the presentations, but if you look at the city's workforce age demographics, you'll see that the city is obviously the workforce is getting generationally younger. What I want to point out, and what I thought was interesting, and I want to thank Nathan for providing this information, is when you look at the difference between 20 and 21, which are actual figures, obviously 25 and 30 are projections, but 20 and 21 are actual figures. Look at the change just in that 1 year. So we had in 20% baby boom, 40% Gen X, so 61% was Gen X or older. Just in that 1 year, the workforce got significantly younger, 15%, 32%. So it went from 61 to 48 in 1 year, right? So that's a significant shift. How does the workforce look with respect to race and ethnicity as compared to the city as a whole? Well, you can see that as you go from 2005 to 2021, and we don't have exact comparables with the year of the census count in this case, but if you take 2021 as a representative comparison with the 2020 census count, you see that here the white workforce race and ethnicity category is 51%, whereas the city population category was 35-ish, 37, somewhere in there. And so workforce a little bit higher, African American a little bit lower, Hispanic, Latino considerably lower, and then other is about the same, one percentage point less. What does the workforce look like in terms of the in-city residency? And we're comparing here 2011 to 2021. It's gotten a little less, the number of City of Fort Worth employees that live outside of the city over those 10 years, but it's still more than 50% that live outside of the city in 2021 as compared to 2011. All right, now we're going to take a look just, and these are not necessarily to show individual categorizations of things and talk about them specifically. It's more just in general to show as population and job growth has occurred, the service burden of the city workforce has grown as well with respect to certain types of things that the cities typically maintain, in particular the city of Fort Worth. In this case, we're looking at transportation infrastructure. You can see those major categories, and most of these are things that are reported in the annual financial report, so you can go out and take a look at this whole list of things that is in that report on an annual basis and see the changes over time. But if you look at the 2010 to 2020 change in all of these, street lane miles, number of traffic signals and street lights, you see the plus percentages on all of those in the deltas over those two periods. If you look at city facilities, contained here to police stations, fire stations, libraries, and community centers, has been a change. And some of these, although the ending year is 2020, we went ahead and added some things that were already on the ground just to make the point that it didn't make sense to have a category knowing something is out there and not reporting it. So some of these have a few units added to them, even though the date says 2020. So you can see plus 20%, plus 12% on down the line. Parks and Rec, again, same thing. Public spaces, park acres, trails, athletic fields. The only reduction here is the number of golf courses going from 5 to 3 over that period.
Can we go back one slide?
Sure.
To transportation. When you look at that, Leonard and Carrie, on street and lane miles, I'm just curious what your reaction is, knowing what your constant headache is in North Fort Worth. That doesn't feel at all significant enough for what we've seen in growth.
Yeah, I think it's one reason we're addressing it in the bond package today.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I may jump in there, my district is in that mix too. And it's not just one metric of lane miles, but also the capacities of existing lane miles.
Right.
And keep in mind that you're not, well, I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah, same thing.
Water, sewer, storm, water mains, fire hydrants, sanitary sewer lines, storm pipes, you can see again, all of these are increasing as the city builds out and moves out from 2010 to 2020 into those areas that it previously wasn't. This is, I found this interesting. Roger and I were kind of chatting about this before we started this morning, but real airport is not in the general fund, neither is water and sewer, but it was interesting just to see some of the deltas here. But these are combined, basically flights out of each of these airports, right, on the top. So you see Alliance, Meacham, and Spinks, they're all increasing Meacham by 75%, but look at the Alliance cargo and tonnage change there, 171% change over those 2 points. This is just a summary. You saw the analysis of this when ETC was here a couple of weeks ago. This is just another kind of point to consider when we're talking about change. Again, this is monitoring the entire period that the survey has been administered over that 20-year period. But what I'm showing you here are those categories that had major changes, either up or down, major being defined as 10% or more. And these are inputs from residents across the city. All right, so now look at some more high-level things and we'll wrap up here. Taxable property value, this is in the aggregate citywide. This is showing you all the way back to 1990, 109% growth between 2010 and 2022. We chose 2010 just to kind of keep the census boundaries intact, so if we're thinking about that change over those 2 points, this generally coincides with that. The estimate for going into the fiscal 2022 budget was, if you'll recall, $87.3 billion in taxable property value. Property tax rate allocation, as you all remember in that conversation when we went through the budget adoption process, we this year lowered the tax rate. And as you can see, going back certainly to 95, 96, going down from 85, mid 80s, all the way down to now the 0.73, 73 and a quarter cents. But between 2010 and 2022, a 14% reduction. Taxable property per capita, 63% growth between 2010 and 2021. Some of these cut off at 21 because those are the actuals. When we look at estimates, we have an extra year to include. Property tax revenue, this is the revenue the city collects from property tax levies, 68% growth between 2010 and 2021. Per capita, 35, and that just reflects that the population is growing faster than the valuations and the revenue collection between 2010 and 2020 at least. This is interesting to look at because we get to see kind of a value, taxable value over a couple of different categories. One is this, you've got a taxable value that is incorporated into the base as it changes over time, and then you've got new construction that hits the books in each year. So the one thing I want to point out here is that the residential base and the commercial base lines also include the new commercial and new residential values. But as you can see there, at least since 2017, the new commercial construction, or the values at least hitting the books, have outpaced the new residential values.
Hey, Mark, if I can jump in for a second, I have a question. Can you go back to the per capita slide?
This one?
Yeah, so, and help me if I'm explaining this right, but, I think we've done a really good job as a city trying to lower the property tax rate out in the streets of District 6 and all over the city. People don't necessarily feel the relief of that, because when they get their property taxes every year, including my family, right, we see that our property tax responsibility is going up higher. And so does this chart, I guess, reaffirm that by saying per capita, although we've lowered the tax rate, we're still seeing people's tax bills go up?
So there are a couple of factors that go into that. One is, like you said, the actual revenue. This is the revenue that the city collects applied against the population. So as the population is going up, obviously your denominator's changing, right? And so that's having an impact here. So it's not growing as fast as the percentage growth in the revenue, but certainly the valuations are coming into play. And certainly the rate is the other factor that comes into play. So as the rate is going down, as we've seen, if the values increasing or outpacing that rate reduction, you're going to see a continued increase.
Yeah, and that's for me personally, and also for a lot of residents, many residents that I represent. I think that's a conversation that's happening in the bars and restaurants across Fort Worth. Is while residents are grateful for our work to try to reduce the tax rate where possible, they're not really feeling the relief because values are going so high. And I know that people are concerned about values going high. My house, for example, we just refinanced it. And the value went up $100,000, right? And our income didn't go up, right? And so I think that's an important conversation for us to have as a council. I know it's not our issue solely to solve, right? Like valuations are done at the county level, and then also there's some state issues there. But I think it's an important thing for us to discuss about how we do our part as we continue to move forward.
If I could hit on this. What this tells me, this chart right here, is we're collecting about the same property tax revenue per person as we were doing back in 1990. Right, so that's just one. So we're not, I would say, over collecting on the property tax side. That's a different conversation than what you just mentioned. Right. And I've heard Councilmember Moon mention a few times there are 4 or 5 other taxing entities. Right, we're simply one of.
Right, that's exactly what I was mentioning.
Right, so we're only going to make up a small proportion of that total tax bill. And so what are the other taxing entities doing as we talk about property tax rate reductions? Are the other taxing entities having the same conversation?
Carrie.
David beat me to it. And keep in mind, when you're walking through this building, one of those taxing jurisdictions is paying for this building. So great building, but we're paying for it.
Yeah.
So this is actually the same slide as this. We didn't take the other one out. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
If you go back to that one too, and I think it's going to be your next slide, we keep talking about trying to grow the commercial tax base at a greater proportion than the residential tax base is growing. If you see those bottom 2 lines, new commercial is beating new residential, but the values of existing properties is going up at a higher rate if it's residential than if it's commercial. And if that dynamic is always there, we're never going to catch it. So.
Yeah, so you can see the slope of the red line is going up faster than the slope of the blue line there, even though new commercial is outpacing. So.
Yeah, and I'll make it, it's probably not appropriate right here, but I'll make it so it's thrown down there of, are we investing the way that we should be in our development services to make sure that we are making it easier for our businesses to get through the process? And that's probably a question or something we should highlight.
And you can tie that to staffing too, in terms of appropriate staff. Mark, can you go back 5 slides? There's one factor you just kind of brushed over, but I think it's important that this council take a look. Go back. Where's the one about? Okay, where you see the overall level of public involvement in local decision-making, we've lost some ground there. And I think it's important that we address that at some point with this council. The things that we want to achieve will be easier if the public thinks we're respecting their point of view. And when the public says that they're not involved in local decision-making, I think that's something that should not just be glossed over. And I wanted to just make that point. Everything that we do, if the public doesn't know that they're at the table with us or at least being heard, then we're losing ground. And for us to lose ground in that area, and we weren't that impressive anyway, is troublesome to me. And I know I'm not the only one, but when it comes to communicating with the public, we have to continue always trying to do better. And I know that you're going to be hiring a chief communications officer, David, And I'm hoping that you'll get a person smarter than the rest of us so that we can make improvements in that area. And I promise you, it'll be easier getting bond packages through without having to grip our teeth and go white knuckles on getting support from the public.
Thank you for that interjection. I didn't intend to gloss over that. Certainly not that one individually. Let's see. Here's where
Sorry.
we ended off, I believe.
I have a question about the commercial versus the residential
This one or
growth.
this one?
That one.
Okay.
And you might not be able to answer this question, but I think, David, you had a really good point about how one is outpacing the other. And not that we want to artificially inflate any values, but is there any insight as to why they don't seem to be increasing at the same rate?
Commercial versus residential?
Yes. Mhm. And that could be a very complicated answer, and I respect that, but.
So it's not necessarily a simple answer. There's a lot of factors. One of them we've talked about quite a bit. The demand for housing is high, right? That's a factor. I think I heard Dana mention protests and valuations. That's another factor that we don't necessarily always talk about. But there are a lot of things that go into that analysis that we can certainly take a closer look at. But that's a fairly complex set of things that interplay with one another. And there are a lot of variables. I don't know if.
Can I jump in?
If DJ is here, yes, but.
Basically, your house is assessed by the market, and that's a sales approach. And so if the house next to you sells more, the appraisal district can come in and say, this house next to you sold for this, so that makes your house worth that. In the commercial side, the back page is an income valuation. And, you may have commercial properties that have 5-year leases on it with automatic increases of 3% thereafter. And so you could use that income valuation, that income producing asset, and that controls that valuation with the appraisal district. So it's market versus income. Sales approach versus income, sorry.
Which is one of those variables, right?
So one of the things they point out, I don't know if this is the right time, but the state of Texas also decided that we can't capture that red line, right? So the state of Texas has decided, or if you do the combination of those, that you can only capture 3.5% of that line. So if that line grows by 5%, you only get 3.5% of it. No, just on existing values. On existing values, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other questions, or we want to move on?
Yeah, I have one, Mark.
Yes,
So back where we were talking about the infrastructure with the lights and so forth.
Yes.
And this may tie into some of the larger macro things we're going to talk about, but in what we project from an infrastructure standpoint and I guess maybe population a little bit, do we bake in schools and development of construction of schools in those student bodies and account for traffic and infrastructure for those schools?
So what I will say is that through the development process, those, yes, should absolutely be factored in. I don't know, Dana, if you want to get into more detail about how that's done and how the city works with the school as they're developing locations.
Yeah, so a couple of different thoughts there, and William Johnson may actually want to chime in as well. So one is, in terms of overall traffic projections, that's generally handled by the Council of Governments, looking at population and employment growth and trying to figure out what those travel patterns are going to be. So they have the traffic survey zones, and they have a very complex but well-respected model for trying to figure out traffic patterns, and that's what helps to inform their congestion maps and then also their air quality maps is with regard to traffic patterns. And then more specifically, we've been talking as an example with Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD about their future school sites. They've committed to us that they only have one elementary school planned at this point, and that it'll be inside of a neighborhood where the developer will build the streets, and it won't have the same impact on arterials as middle schools and high schools. But they've committed to us that they're not planning any of those larger schools at this point, but that they understand that we want to coordinate with them and at least be at the table to understand where those larger facilities might go. And so we'll be kind of working our way around the around the city to make sure that we're having those conversations. And then obviously there's always the just the day-to-day challenges of making sure that you've got the traffic patterns figured out at a very local level for parent pickup and drop off. But at least Eagle Mountain Saginaw is better than some other school districts in that they have a lot of that on site rather than affecting the adjacent streets. So they've got a lot of on-site circulation. We've got other schools where that's not the case.
And Dana, I'll throw in, even the COG doesn't get it right all the time.
Right.
And what I do is reference Lakes of River Trails. And there I have an HEB ISD school. And because of the unexpected growth, the emergency of the unexpected growth of Lakes of River Trails, they had to react. And that's how we got one new school and a second and a church. And that was because of the generosity of that master, planned community. But they knew how many homes were going to be built, but they just didn't think that they would sell as quickly as they did. And and that could also explain for the traffic congestion on Trinity, which we'll address in the bond election. But sometimes even the best of experts don't get it right. And when you are in Fort Worth, but you've got HEB ISD, I think that gives a reason for a breakdown in communication sometimes.
Yeah. And I do think COG has a regional schools committee where they're trying to work with the ISDs.
That could help, because I'm reminded of a conversation that I had with you, David, about how generally speaking, a school district selects, if they're adding facilities, a property. They're going to look for the best bang for the buck. That's going to be the priority. When a municipal entity, like a city, looks to establish, say, let me just read it back to you to make sure that I didn't miss something. One, there are a number of various requests for refinements and tweaking of some of the data points, and Mark's team was capturing those. You talked about the need to make sure that that people understood the multitude of taxing jurisdictions, that it's not just the city that's going up. You need to continue to work on the balance of residential and commercial contributions to the composition of the tax base, streamline development processes, understand the differences in valuation methods, recognize that state puts some real constraints that limit your revenue growth, and then improving school collaboration with the school on site selection as kind of the key takeaways that I heard. Did I miss anything big? Let's take a break. Can we come back in right at 10:30, or as close to 10:30 as we can get? Thank you very much. Can you give me some volume? If we can find our way back to our seats, we'll get back to work. Got an hour. Ms. Beck. You scared that Jenga tower. You scared it. Let's see. Missing a few yet. Mr. Williams. I'm going to go ahead and start, Mayor, if that's okay. So I mentioned this morning that we were going to start with some visioning activity. What we're about to do is well, it's a visualization exercise. Some of you may have noticed that out in the hallway along those countertops is a whole collection of images, of photographs. Some are very like abstract. I don't know what that is, a circuit board or a aerial photograph or a satellite picture or Machu Picchu. There's just all kinds of pictures out there. And for this team here, the senior staff and the elected officials, what I ask you to do is take a few minutes, sort of browse through those images, thinking about what is my vision, my personal vision for Fort Worth's future. And grab an image, one image. This is always the instruction that people struggle with. One picture each that resonates with you for some reason about that you connect to as being part of, as representative of your vision of Fort Worth's future. And what we'll do when we get back, I had organized it to do some little group discussions before you report out to try to accelerate this. I'm just going to ask each of you individually when you come back to show your image to the group, tell us why you picked it, what it means to you. We'll capture your thoughts on the flip chart with that image, and then we'll do a little polling activity around vision. So I'm trying to catch up a little bit of time here by eliminating the group discussion piece, and we'll try to get that collectively rather than in small teams. So does everybody sort of understand the assignment? Ready, set, go. Go out and find an image that represents to you something important about your vision for Fort Worth's future, and be prepared to talk about it. David. Sir. We put this. All right, is it okay with? Well,
I'm just saying, if we're trying to catch up on time.
Yeah. All right, fine. We'll just do that. Okay, great. Well, so this is great. We're going to hear council members' visions, and I see that a couple of you, as I predicted, couldn't settle on one mission, but that's okay. Who wants to go first? What we're going to ask you to do is just come up, show your image or your images. Woody's going to capture it, what you say, put it on the board. We'll stick them up on the wall, and then later do an activity after that. Who wants to go first? Oh, that's mean of us, Carrie, to make. So describe your image and then tell us why you picked it and what it says to you about Fort Worth's future. Yeah.
We're not sure where to start, but basically, we think through our live, work, and play in Fort Worth, and how do we make sure that we are able to do all three in Fort Worth, and then we talk about how does that tie into mobility, how does it tie into infrastructure, and one thing about the pandemic that it's taught us is how much we can do virtually, whether it be work. It's changed our work schedule for our residents. It's changed how our businesses operate, how they manage their space. It's challenged us as a city from an IT infrastructure. And just mobility is a larger balancing act, okay? And we want to get to this, where we can live, work, and play comfortably, to avoid this. All right? And mobility, I'll talk some. I think it's as we get further along, but I don't know how you want me to expand, David. But
however much you want to.
Mobility is just something I think, and infrastructure is a big challenge to the city. The way we invest in mobility is not getting the results that we need. And we've got to look at a larger, what is the overall need for that mobility? What does our workforce do? What is our workspace? How does environment look like today, post-pandemic? So those things.
So we ought to just go. Let me get your images, Carrie. I'm going to stick them up here. Go with that. With the Stonehenge balance. Okay. Who wants to go next? I'm gonna draft you if you don't volunteer. All right.
Okay. This is the image of a radar. I think it's, I would say, maybe a good metaphor for getting on the radar of the world, maybe call it global affairs, kind of from an economic development standpoint to an awareness standpoint, from tourism standpoint as well, that Fort Worth become better known globally for what it is and what it can be if people were to come here and invest here.
Wonderful. So you're a big part of your vision, and this comports with what you and I talked about, is on the radar screen, not just locally, but globally now. Correct. Very good.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, sir. That's great. You follow the rules too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that moon man. Very good point, my friend.
There you go.
I chose this one. Now, initially, I was going to be city, and we were going to start teaching CRT here at the city of Fort Worth for all the employees, because if you know anything about Africa, Egypt, this goes back to where those who know we all came from. But when Leonard was talking, I had to give you the real reason why I chose this. We talk about being known around the world. People want to come here, but they still look at us as little old Fort Worth. And we're big as all get out. We don't even have an international relations office. we've got sister cities, but we need to take a look at what it takes to let people around the globe know that we are welcoming, we are inclusive, and we do want to be known other than that small town. Those are not my words. I had Mae Ferguson text that to me, but it did speak to me that way. Did she get you too? Well, I already got Mae handled, so international relations.
International relations. So very interesting. You know, one of the I won't reveal the source, but one of the blocks that we didn't get to that collapsed in the tower was a member of the council saying, you know, our motto, our tagline, how the West was won. Is that really the best thing? Is that
where the West begins?
Where the West? What did I say? How the West? Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. I've known that all my life. But anyway, the point is that our image? Is that what we want to project to the world, or not? Yes, but it was a branding question of how do we get ourselves more broadly known for everything that we are. So, thank you, Gina.
No, thank you. Yeah.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go. Kind of feeds on that.
Great. We'll go over into this one, and I'll move this one for you, Woody. Yeah, thank you.
May, if you're watching, you're being taken care of. So, and Carlo too. There you go. I think mine feeds onto a little bit of what we're talking about there. I grabbed these. There's the space shuttle and moonwalk. A little bit, because I've said this in a few different places. I think we're on the cusp of doing some really great things with the city. We have a great city. We've got to keep it that way. And we've got a brand new council doing some great things. But we have to figure out as a city where we honor some of our past, but move forward. And we seem to have a tussle of, in some respects, of fighting our past and not just wanting to totally destroy it, but understanding that's why we're here where we are today, and we can use it and make it better and keep going from there, and learning from each other and that sort of piece. So that's kind of my sort of aspirational, how do we do that, where do we do it, and the situation is, just because someone wins doesn't mean someone else loses. We've got to figure out how to win-win together.
Great.
And not blow up.
And not
blow up, not blow up. There you go.
Thank you.
So I chose two images. One kind of reminds me of council yesterday. Where there's someone pulling a donkey out of the road, and then there's a car with folks coming at them. You know, I think it changes daily. This is my picture, so I get to decide who the donkey is today.
I think you didn't take the bait. Good.
So I chose this. It's a group of women rowing in a river, but it's in an urban setting, and you can see that there's construction happening as well. And I think that's where our city is moving towards a place that we live, work, and play. We're having a lot of movement around our river and our open space and our parks. And so it's a great opportunity for us to really reimagine our city. And so this really is indicative of how we have started that process of reimagining what we look like. And we've taken steps to it. But also, the folks row in unison, how it works. And so we don't move forward if we're not working together. And that's not just us here. I know I joked with the donkey. Hey, Carrie. But in all honesty,
what did she just call you?
I just said, hey. He was looking at me. I wanted to just make sure he's we don't get where we need to go if we're not in unison, and I don't necessarily mean just council, but if we're not in unison with our community to get there. So that's why.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. So a lot of different ideas about what the physical look of the city is, how we collaborate, we work as a team, those sorts of things. Great. Who's next? Derek.
Good morning, everyone. All right, thank you. I'm not a morning person, so I just woke up. So I chose this here, kind of skydiving. And so I kind of chose this as when you do this, you have to get to a certain climate.
Can everybody tell what that's a picture of? It's skydivers about to jump out of the airplane together.
Yeah. And so I kind of chose this for a couple of reasons. First, we need to get our city to our peakest moment, our highest moment, and then we need to jump out and do something we have never done before. Also, you see 3 people holding each other. That shows that we have to not only jump out, we have to trust each other. And so we have to hold on to each other as we go out and expect each person to survive and making sure that the garments is together. And so I just think that we're moving here. Let's get to our highest peak. Let's work together. And let's make sure we all survive.
Wow.
Ashe.
You guys are pros at this.
Got offering bucket. Offering bucket.
I put the stickies up, so. Who's next?
More than one image appealed to me, but I picked something that probably exemplifies some of my emphasis when I think of things. Form follows function. You can't have a functional big city without connectivity. You need it. May not be glamorous, may not be fun, but it's necessary. And so all things under that transit umbrella we need as a growing city, because if we don't have it, we don't have the connectivity, we can't connect to one another, and we can't function well. It's an important aspect of it. Having traveled other places, I've seen investments in transit that outstrip us. You would be surprised. So hopefully we can get to there, and I know, hey, it's all a question of funding, right, David? If they were that easy, everyone would do it. That's it.
Who haven't we heard from?
God has a sense of humor because I chose this one and then took a phone call because I have a sick 10-year-old at home, 11-year-old at home. So, but I actually didn't choose it because I'm a mom. I chose it because I think the baby could be whatever people are juggling in their lives. And that sometimes, especially at the city, each of you, including city leadership, you all lead very important jobs, but you also have commitments at home with family and outside in your personal circles that pull you different directions. And I think to be a strong city and accomplish all the things that each of us endeavor to do, you also have to care about each other individually, so that we kind of have that, which I think what Fort Worth has always been known for is that personal charm. Those of you that have moved here in recent years, you could probably attest to this, what a welcoming, wonderful community it is. But we'll lose that if we just focus on the business of running the city or being a mayor or a council member, and you forget who the human beings are behind that work. So that was what this was about. The Zach Morris phone and all, for those that can remember the days.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Mr. Williams hasn't rejoined us yet. He's the one we're missing. So, so just a little bit of dialogue, council member, staff, whatever. Tell me a story. What does all of that say collectively to you in terms of your joint vision for Fort Worth's future? Are there some connectivity? Is there some connective tissue there that jumps out at you?
I think we all, or most of us, touched on collaborativeness and working together or not being alone were common themes that I heard.
The tone was very positive. Everybody spoke about their hopes for the future. I don't think anybody spoke about fears. The elected officials spoke about building on the past not discarding it, respecting and honoring it, but seeing a bright future that may be different from the past.
I would say not connective tissue that came to mind, but was DNA, similar in a way, but sort of the DNA of values, shared values that again are very positive, but from a brand standpoint, what our values are, and called a family standpoint as a community, shared values.
Yeah, so, and maybe what are some of those shared values? Because I certainly heard that. Things about, several of you talked about live, work, and play, and balance. There are many moving, you use words, but lots of different pieces and parts to it. Certainly collaboration and working together collegially, productively as a team was a common thread. What else?
David, the one thing that I think about, and Mayor Parker touched on it, was just the theme of family and the importance of family being a part of all that we do. I know I appreciate, I'm a mom, and I appreciate Mayor and Council kind of that spirit of flexibility, that when things happen in life, you need to go take care of them, and that's okay. But I think that that's a big value that I see that's just continues to, I think it just gets stronger in the way we emphasize it.
Great. Any other thoughts? We're going to go back to the polling application. You should still be connected, but if not, we can show you the URL again. But you're going to get prompted here to say, you know, based on what you just heard, what one word, not necessarily one word, it could be a phrase, but what word best describes your vision for the future of the city of Fort Worth? And you get 3 bites at the apple. Oh, it's a great question. Yeah. Manya asked for the city or the city government. I'll give you an answer. Answer whichever way you want. I generally think that this is my own view, is that the council is talking about their grand vision for the community. Staff perspective may be, all right, how do we deliver that, and what does that bring as a vision for the organization? So prosperity, growth, innovation, partnerships, urgency. So you saw innovation just pop up in larger text. That means that the more people that use that term will cause those larger text parts of the word cloud. Diversity. Delivery. Imagine people are saying service delivery. That term is. bourbon.
For the record, that one was not me.
Thank goodness it didn't say Scotch. All right, this is fun. So a number of words that pop up with sort of lots of weight behind them that didn't show up in our our imagery. So innovation seems to be a really important aspect of this team's vision. Who wants to talk about innovation and the importance of that? And then we'll get to bourbon. Innovation. Several of you said innovation was an important thing to you.
Well, I think innovation probably means different things to everyone. For first of all, how the city of Fort Worth and our departments can lead very innovative departments into their respective fields, ask for the things that they need, be willing to change with a growing community. And we have a responsibility as council to support management in those decisions. And at the same time, as a city government, be willing to accept that we don't have it all figured out by ourselves, and that there's a lot of opportunity to lean on private industry and their growth in innovation. And then as a city as a whole in our communities, what does innovation look like? And it probably looks different in each respective districts and what they're asking for, how they would prioritize innovation specifically. Those are my thoughts.
Great.
I put down innovation too, and it's a good segue from what Maddie had just mentioned. It's not just what's new and flashy, but also what innovations actually produce efficiencies. We've talked about it a lot before on council. Efficiencies at the departmental level and efficiencies in how we deliver services. So when I put that down, those were what was on, those were the thoughts that were on my mind.
For me, I put down innovation tied to a lot of the employers that are coming to Fort Worth, whether it be the mobility innovation at Alliance, Brad Huxtable's company, just multiple companies that are coming to our area for that, the mobility zones that we're working on and the innovation tied to those mobility zones.
The other word that is up there prominently, a couple of them, diversity, prosperity, collaboration. We talked about collaboration. I think we touched a little on diversity in the imaging exercise. Not much. Prosperity. Anybody want to kind of, those to me are the words that sort of jump out at me. Collaboration, innovation, diversity, prosperity as almost a, well, it's not a tagline, but kind of the resonant themes here.
What I'll say there is innovation is part of, piggyback on what's already been said, of us leading a better government, what we're doing, how we're spending taxpayer dollars. But at the same time, if you're innovating and you're inclusive at the same time, you lead to all the other diversity, prosperity for everybody across the city. So I think we have to look at that as what we're doing. Is it being inclusive from all the parts that we're doing?
Great. Yeah, so there's some other really interesting words, and they tie together nicely. So I see trailblazer, I see urgency, and so there's a sense of urgency about getting to this place you're describing. Inclusion, technology shows up in different ways a couple of times. So this is what I say is going forward the rest of the day today as we talk about the environment that we're operating in, or our strengths and weaknesses as an organization, and the big strategic action items we need to take. It's how do we get to that place that you're describing right there. So we'll include this in our report to you, but keep those ideas in mind. Is there, maybe I ask this way, another question just popped into my head. Is there a concept that's missing? Any of you would see, God, I wonder why this isn't there. Okay. All right, great. So, and we just, go ahead.
I had one, and I'm not sure if it completely answers the question, but it's one of kind of identifying paradigms, right?
Identifying
paradigms.
Paradigms, okay.
So to innovate, you got to understand what the paradigm is and what you're trying to change, or think about ways to change that paradigm. And I think that can encompass a lot of perhaps the themes we're talking about.
That's a great, interesting point. Does this set of terms, and maybe this is a question to the staff around innovation, diversity, collaboration, prosperity, equity, inclusion, is that a paradigm shift for the organization? Is that different?
Maybe it's just more strategically focused now. I don't know if it's a paradigm shift, but maybe it's just we're being a little bit more laser focused on how to get it done and achieve it.
Mm-hmm. Another word, partnerships, just jumps out at me. And a lot of that's based on what I heard y'all saying, as I talked to you individually. Okay. Great. Well, what we're going to now start doing is looking outside the four walls of our organization. And we're going to complete this, what's called a context map, in sort of the lexicon, the literature on strategic planning. It always talks about what's called an environmental scan. That's what this really is. Looking out around and understanding, if this is the place we're trying to get to, what kind of forces are working on us that we have to understand and accommodate or work around. And so we're going to ask you to work on that. You each have at your place a blank copy of this template. And I'd like to ask you to spend a few minutes working individually to fill it out. And when I say fill it out, we don't expect that you have an answer for every trend or every factor, but just the things that come to mind. So let me just work across the way. Societal trends. What's happening in the world around us? What are some of the societal norms that are important to us and that influence how we work? Community trends. Maybe they're the same as the bigger societal trends. Maybe they're not. Maybe there's some kind of trends and aspects of Fort Worth that we need to think about and accommodate. Politically, that could be national, state, local. What about the economy? What kind of economic pressures are we under? And so forth. So don't challenge yourself to haven't answered every question. By the time we get around the room, we'll have found them all. So take a few minutes, think about these things, jot some notes down, and then we'll collect those and have a discussion after we get the map built. Everybody understand? No. Okay. So let me give you an example, Gina. If you had a particular concern, let's say one of the big trends that I hear a lot that people talk about, it usually comes up either in societal trends or technology factors, is the impact of social media, growing impact of social media, and how we have to know that it's there and how do we respond to it and react to it. And if you think that's an important trend that you can either piggyback or work around to get to this place, that would be an example.
So we'll put it on the SWOT paper or
Well, it's the other paper. Okay. And now you may later say on strengths or weaknesses, yeah, we're really good at social media, or you may say the reverse. But we're going to move from kind of the big picture to looking out or around ourselves, and then looking at ourselves will be next. Does that make sense now? No. Okay. No? I'll come over there and help you. To read in college called Megatrends. This is Megatrends. What are the big trends that we have to understand? Both. Could be either societal on one side, community on the other.
Right. I'm just trying to distinguish. So societal is the bigger picture.
Correct.
Society, U.S., global.
Yep.
Versus community trends of
Correct.
Fort Worth, Tarrant County, regional.
Right, exactly so, yeah.
So what do you think is going on in the world, or let's start here, in the world around us, that we need to understand as a city and either take advantage of or work around? So, gosh. And then what's happening in Fort Worth? How has Fort Worth changed? What are the trends, whether it's demographic shifts, age shifts, anything? How's Fort Worth changed? Okay.
I got a question for you, David.
The question is, do we have to do every one of them? No. Just where you think, here's an important societal trend, or here's an important political factor, or here's an important uncertainty. That's plenty. By the time we've heard from all of you, we will have gotten a lot of stuff. So yeah, don't we're not collecting them and giving you a grade. Just your own notes.
prosperity, urban and innovation?
I'll start. I think there are two for me that stick out, and that is the societal change in what we consider markers of success. What it was for our parents or our grandparents is no longer what it is for myself or even my children. We're no longer measuring someone by the amount of money they make or how large their house is. And so we can't plan for the future using our old markers of success.
Interesting. Is that sort of generational shift that you're talking about, or more very specifically on we just think differently about what success looks like?
I do think it's probably there's a generational shift, but I think it's something that spans multiple generations. You probably see it emerging more with our younger folks, us younger folks on council. But is it having a job that pays the most money, or is it having a job with the freedom to travel? And so I think those are shifting. And then we have become rapid results, immediate impacts, kind of throwaway culture, and I think that plays into technology. The iterations that people expect us to see, they want faster. And so it feels like we are developing and we are innovating at a faster rate than we used to. And so with phones, with social media, we've become a culture of immediacy.
Culture of immediacy, okay.
And so I think that prevents us from looking long-term because we want results and we want it now. And then we have a throwaway culture.
Throwaway culture.
Where we don't like to fix what's broken. We don't take our vacuum into the vacuum repair van anymore. We just go buy a new one. And I think we do the same thing often as a community with our built environment or our policies, procedures, programs. If it doesn't work immediately, well, then that must not be it. Throw it away and start over.
So how do you, and I'm putting you on a little bit on the spot here, but how do those things impact cities and how we deliver service? Are there things that immediacy, that throwaway culture impact the way we have to think about how the city runs?
Yes. I think we need to be mindful as the leaders of this city not to allow ourselves to get into that throwaway culture, to repair instead of just replace what we have. And it's harder to do. And then I think with the immediacy, I've only been here a couple months, as most of my colleagues have, but I can imagine back in the day before we had My Fort Worth app where you could report your street light, you had to get out your yellow phone book and you had to find the city phone number and you had to figure out which department to call, and then you had to call the department, and there was this process. Between 9 and 5. Yeah. And not during lunch, right? And so when it took a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month to have that street light repaired, well, you just kind of thought it was part of the process because you know how long it took you to get there to report it. But now I can just boop, and so if it takes me that long to report it, then there's this reaction this flows from that. Well, then you should be able to get out there.
So what I hear you saying is, pick the cliche that I might apply to it. It's a two-edged sword, or two sides of the same coin.
Right.
In terms of instant gratification and those sorts of things.
Right.
Well, I'll just add on to your piece there, saying because you can report it so easily now, et cetera. The thought process it takes a long time to fix is something that citizens can't understand. So it's that customer service piece that it feeds back into that, well, I reported it last week, why isn't it finished by now?
Right. Or, we can Google at our fingertips. We have massive amounts of information. So do our residents. And so when there's a request for information or data, there's this expectation of immediacy. And it takes away the layer of communication and collaboration that often get to that answer or that response. And so we have to figure out how we thread that, how we utilize this information without stripping it of what we're here to do, and that's to interpret and analyze it.
Do any of you have other additions you'd make to that societal trends side of the map? What are other important trends for us to understand as we think about trying to achieve that vision?
I'll just
Social
relate.
media isolation.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say social media as a news source.
And I'll add on to that too, because that was one of the things I wrote down. We have access to a lot of inaccurate or biased information that lead people down maybe a wrong path. And so I often say that that's one of our biggest challenges is how do we fight that and how do we push back? And a lot of that's just communicating it in the first place and being ahead of it.
And that leads to distrust of government authority. I mean, you should, always be critical and question and verify your information. But now people tend to jump to that conclusion first with the presumption that government authority can't be trusted without doing their own research.
Distrust of government.
David, I'll mention the next door technology that was introduced to us by our police department. And this goes back to the reason why I mentioned social media isolation. Too often people think if I put my problem on Nextdoor or Facebook, then City Hall, all knowing, knows that my pothole is still there or that the tree limb is still there. And so because we're so isolated with social media, we think it's the end all to everything. And we have to make people understand, no, you still have to communicate with City Hall.
Yeah, very true. I'm sure all of us can point to right now we're all getting a comment and a tag, and then suddenly we're accountable for whatever random account that went to. So, and I put tribalism and division across the country and how that impacts here locally, and it ties into all the things that were already mentioned.
Tribalism. Okay.
Yeah, pick your tribe, and you're unwilling to listen to anybody else that's not in that tribe.
Right. And they're the enemy.
And they're the enemy, yeah. And that ability to listen to one another and agree to disagree sort of has gone out the wayside, which is interesting. And along what Michael said, based on where you get your news, whether it's TikTok or CNBC, right, that's going to be the source that you're willing to listen to. And then right now, especially in our economy, is you could put it on the economic climate too, but great resignation. And to that value set of what is important to our workers in society, in Fort Worth, what makes people happy and fulfilled, and how that's impacted our local employers and also the city of Fort Worth as an employer too.
Sure.
And the responsibility we have to sort of adapt to that and keep and retain as much talent as possible and also attract the next generation of leaders to our city.
Yep.
I have put workers in the uncertainties category tied to the Great Resignation. More people have found out that they don't have to have a job to make money.
So the Great Resignation and
Well,
the gig,
no, they
the
create
gig
their
economy,
own. They create their own jobs.
the gig economy.
Yeah,
right,
the gig economy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I'll add maybe one or two to societal trends. I think that's where they fit. It's kind of similar to Councilmember Beck's sentiments on the throwaway culture around the increasing need for environmental conservation and sustainability efforts in light of that throwaway culture. We have some finite resources and renewable resources, and one example in the city is the landfill, right, with the throwaway culture and the impact economically that has on building a new landfill, and then where do we find that land and how much is it going to cost? So that's one example of a societal trend that's affecting our city.
Being, increasing awareness of,
right.
of environmental sustainability.
And then the second one is a societal trend as well. That I know many of our residents are having conversations about in the city and across the country, but just this idea of disparities on a number of indicators by race and gender and income that create gaps, right, and create conditions where there's haves and have-nots on a number of very important indicators that we're all that we measure ourselves as a city against, but that, every city, I think, across the country is grappling with as well.
Yeah, so the widening gap on those dimensions that you talked about, right? Whether it's wealth or access or whatever, right?
I would add to what Jared just said. It could be in societal trends or economic climate or however you want to put it, but that gap or the skills gap that's happening in Fort Worth, in Texas, and what responsibility we have as city leaders to be more proactive and demand different of our state leaders, because the trends are so, there's a cliff coming that we're not acknowledging, and Fort Worth is not immune to that by any means. And so what role do we play to sound an alarm? Because there's a lot of people doing it, but it's for some reason deafening and no one's listening to it in a meaningful way.
And Mayor Parker, too, with the connections between education and income levels. I mean, we know those correlations, so we know the areas I think that we need to look at and make things better.
I might add, and some of this I think is yet to be revealed, but certainly trends coming out of the pandemic of, how we work and where we work. That's certainly going to impact our economic climate and community trends.
The move to virtual work, for example.
And a consequence maybe of that technology that provides that, and other social media and otherwise, privacy concerns, I think, are pretty significant. And with that,
right, that in technology. Grab that down.
Yeah, maybe technology is better for that.
Security and privacy.
I also had down isolation. I think Gina mentioned that, but I put in the context of the lack of interaction and changing interpersonal communication skills or avoidance. I look at my teenager with an iPhone, and it's unbelievable how they communicate and don't verbally communicate with one another. It's frightening. And us, yeah, of course. So some of those trends.
Yeah. So let's go, if we can, over to the community trends. Are there some that Fort Worth trends that either we don't have to repeat all these, by the way, on the societal side, but maybe we're bucking trends here. I don't know. But what's trending that matters to us in Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, whatever you want to describe as your community? Go ahead, Dana.
Well, I was debating whether to mention this on the societal trend side, because I think it's more important where it hits us at home, which is, it looked like from the maps that Mark showed us this morning that we still have concentrations of poverty within the city. And so I've read articles about growing inequity in income across the country, and I'm curious, and this somewhat relates to the wage question that Mayor Pro Tem Bivens and others asked about the jobs that we're bringing to Fort Worth, but are we seeing a growing disparity in incomes in Fort Worth, similar to what we've read about across the country?
Is that what the data said? It seemed to, didn't it?
I don't think we got into it today. We didn't get into income spread in terms of looking at the quintiles of income, but
when you look at United Way, when you look at Workforce Solutions, and you can look at zip codes. And so I had put wealth gap under societal trends, but I think it could go with community trends as well. And also I put educational challenges, because
for a local trend.
For a local trend, because if you're poor and you stay in 76, 105, 104, or 119, chances are your school doesn't have a booster club, to pay for that trip to go to a college trip, as opposed to if you live somewhere else. And so I see that as a trend. Also, the prison trek, that's always been the where you project the future of these poor kids. Yeah. So those are some community trends that I look at, but for sure, educational challenges.
So elaborate on the prison trek. You're saying you're seeing more and more people on that?
Well, it's been established, it's been documented since I was in college, and it hasn't changed. And you can take a look at the prison population. We didn't talk about that here, and I'm not prepared to give the stats, but Fort Worth ISD has those stats.
Okay.
And it seems to, I apologize, it seems to relate to the gun violence
exactly
geography that we saw a couple weeks ago.
Exactly. I was going to add to that, and just to drill down even deeper on gun violence, for example, we got a report last week specifically that it's our black boys. And that's a trend that we got to grapple with as a city.
This is Fort Worth specific data you saw. Okay.
That it's a trend, but it's been a trend for decades. So at what point do we stop calling it a trend and it's a crisis, and until and every community is going to have to deal with it differently, right? And you know, the burden obviously is higher for people like you as a black man, and for Chris, you know. So how do you use your voices to that issue specifically? It's very true. I have a positive on community trends.
Did you get the gun violence one? Okay, thanks.
I have a positive on community trends, and it can be a little push-pull too, but you're also, I think, because of our growth, there's also been this opportunity for our individual neighborhoods and communities to feel that they're able to express their individuality. And the city has started the trend towards listening. It started with Stop 6 and our community investment and how you leverage our city infrastructure into that. So that trend of our communities starting to prosper in their own ways, and then the responsibility we have to come in behind the communities that maybe haven't had that same opportunity. And Dr. Williams has talked about that before, of we target the communities that need us most, but what about that next level community that you could lift up to keep them from going down the wrong path? So there's a lot of positive there. And for the, you know, I'll talk to this a lot when I'm on the road show about Fort Worth, but for a long time, a lot of people only had downtown and Sundance to talk about as a positive. Well, now that's no longer true, and that's great. We have all these wonderful places across the city that are prospering. And then the next trend would be, how do you really focus on the areas that need our attention the most?
Mm-hmm. We have tangible proof of what you just said. When I took office, my white constituents on the east side wouldn't even participate in the mayor's award ceremonies because they said east side never wins. And then all of a sudden, Rosedale Park, a historic African-American neighborhood, won Neighborhood of the Year. And we recently had another finalist. And so that neighborhood identity and pride is being seen, and we can document that it is happening.
One of the other things that was on one of your colleagues' blocks was the need for a marquee kind of a project investment in the eastern part of the city.
Yeah, we tried that.
We talk about growth all the time, but one of the things I've observed both as the library director, and I'm sure Richard has felt this as well, but all these new people, they're coming with expectations based on where they moved from, right? So I moved here from Denver. I love Fort Worth, but I expected to have a library more accessible to me, or a community center. And the tension between that and the folks who don't want us to grow and don't want us to change is really hard. But those new people and their expectations are really going to drive us, and I fear we're not always paying attention, or we dismiss it more than we should.
Read that back and make sure we got it right.
Yeah, so I wrote down new resident expectations and tension.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's fine. I think what I want to make sure we don't miss is this idea that we're behind other large cities in the country around certain things, and then that expectation comes. We have a lot of positives, but we have fallen behind what other big cities have when it comes to things that are less tangible to us, right? Not necessarily, I get the streets thing, but these less tangible city services that are so valuable that people take for granted, they come here and we don't have them available for them.
Does that fit in sort of with the act like a big city theme that we heard in some of the Jenga game this morning?
Definitely. We all hear that a lot, that we don't act like the 12th largest city in the country, but I'm not sure that we've really defined what that means very well on a practical level. What does it mean to not act? What does it mean on a policy level?
Or you may have the opportunity to change what a really good big city is, right?
We have nothing but opportunity,
Yeah.
but if we don't talk more specifically about what we mean when we say we don't act like a big city, I'm afraid it's going to pass us by.
Okay, great. Other big important community trends for us to understand. I'm watching the clock. We've got about 15 minutes to go.
I'll just use today's example. I just feel like our society is so much more connected and engaged to their government jurisdictions, whether it be the city, whether it be the schools. And you've heard different examples about how you report a pothole. I mean, now how you can do that now compared to how you used to be able to do that. But we use today as an example for inclement weather. And I was thinking on the way here how it used to be in the, 15 years ago, you got up and you just went to work. You just hope you made it to work. You didn't have a text or an email telling you what the roads are going to be like, or a message from the school saying school's going to go till this time.
Yeah.
Or there was just no pre-planning or communication with that. And we see that big difference now where, we knew this was coming a week in advance, and there was government planning for that. And we can kind of use that example with everything that we do, that the community is just so much more engaged. And it just, maybe there's an expectation with that, and that's great. I don't know if you call it a trend, but it's definitely responsibility that comes with the functions of government that we do. And it's just it's good to see the advanced planning and communication that goes with something as simple as inclement weather.
Good. Any other additions to the trends?
Yeah, David, the only thing I would maybe add were health disparities. And I think we're becoming more aware of some of the health disparities in different communities within Fort Worth, whether it's access to insurance, just health providers, increased infant mortality rates, health disease, obesity, diabetes, those types of things that impact the community, which I think then in turn impact, someone's ability to get an education, then get a job, earn an income later.
Are those more pronounced in Fort Worth than elsewhere, or you're just seeing it more?
I think that I think it's pronounced everywhere. Honestly, I think we're seeing it more, and I think we're just talking more about public health.
I do think the infant mortality is specific to Fort Worth and Tarrant County. I do think the infant
and
mortality
low life expectancy in certain
and life
zip codes,
expectancy, yeah.
We do have some sharp disparities in health. They're among the most egregious disparities that we have in respect to race and ethnicity. And I think we're coming to gain a better appreciation for the importance of equity in the delivery of city services. We're certainly talking a lot more about it. We're collecting and analyzing data a lot more about it. And we're discussing policy more in respect to equity. I think that's the major trend. We weren't, that topic was not prevalent 10 or 15 years ago in city council retreats. Now it's a lot more prevalent.
Let's talk about political factors, and that could be state, national, or local, but what's happening, what political forces are working on the city of Fort Worth that we need to understand, accommodate, avoid to do this, to be...
The state of Texas loves cities.
State of Texas what? Loads?
Loves. Yeah, well, that's a good thing.
I wasn't sure whether she said love or loathe.
Yeah. Yes.
She said love.
LOATHE. They're our enemy.
There's a state versus city and county dynamic in Texas that is.
Which doesn't seem to be getting any better.
No.
Okay. That got vigorous head nods around the room.
And to add on that, I think gridlock, just general political gridlock. Is something that that we see in Washington and we see in the state, and sometimes we see it here in the city, that we have to be mindful of. And so...
And from the city's point of view, find a way to not have that, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I think there's become an expectation of gridlock. And so when the mayor mentioned tribalism and societal trends, I actually had something similar in my political factors, because there has become this expectation of gridlock and showdowns. This idea that you want loud leaders, not effective leaders.
Loud, not effective. Okay. What else? What are the other political?
Now for schools are included in a deep political divide, and that really wasn't necessarily the case until most recently. There's a lot, and we don't necessarily have anything to do with that, but it definitely trickles up to us, and it's a sad state of affairs because I would attest that we've stopped talking about students and we're talking about adults that can't get along, and that end result is dismal student outcomes.
There's these contention around mask mandates and curriculum and those things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I had ideological decision making.
Okay.
Fort Worth, we have while people are very engaged, I think that's true, but they also have a lot of apathy. I mean, our voter turnout continues to be really low in Tarrant County and in Fort Worth. And there's a lot of debate as to why that is, but it just is a fact. And I think it's a political factor for us.
And more apathetic than historically?
Unfortunately, I think it's always been this. I mean, we've had better turnout in the last few elections, but are you really going to brag?
Yeah.
You know.
Let's just drop down below the city hall there. Customer or citizen needs. What do you think citizens expect out of you?
I put for both citizen and employee needs, efficiency and support.
Efficiency of service delivery and support of workforce?
To support them personally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think our residents want to feel supported by the city, and I think our employees want to feel supported by their employer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll elaborate on the support a little bit. I know the city isn't directly tied to these needs, as in like we're the ones that'll facilitate it 100%, but good paying jobs, small business support, quality early learning and education, and quality recreational amenities were some of the things that I lifted up. There's a bunch of others.
You're
that
leaving
we
Woody
hear a
behind.
lot.
Customers, yeah.
So is that customer or employee?
Customer.
Can you run that list again real
I'll-
quick?
And it's customer only in the sense that they come to us about some of these.
Yeah, and sometimes I change that word to mean citizen or public constituent. You could put any
So
modifier on that.
us facilitating good jobs, small business support. I know we get conversations about that a lot. Supporting the city or efforts in the city around early learning and education. And
Okay.
then quality recreational amenities. I mean that, I guess, in the sense of, yes, the libraries and parks and that kind of thing. And also, I know there's, other amenities that the city doesn't manage that are, business opportunities that are developed in the community that also could fill that. Things like restaurants, sit-out restaurants, and amenities for teenagers to go hang out after school and that kind of thing.
And I just want to add to the small business piece because I do understand that the city of Fort Worth has funds for the small businesses, and I don't want us to overlook because we're doing a good job with small businesses, but I think we lack the piece of showing the person how to apply for those funds. And it has been hard on into small businesses. I remember maybe a year ago, there were funds for the city, and they sent an email and application, and it was just like 30 pages. And trying to get through that process and get granted, most people don't follow through. And so I think we need to do a better job as a city for our citizens' needs, is that if we're going to provide these small businesses boosts, let's walk them through the process. Let's make the process more easier or make it streamlined so that the people who really need that boost can actually get it. Communication, rule a nation.
So the need is, the citizen need is improved access, better communication, and more hands-on kind of, support, for lack of a better word, hands-on coaching or so forth.
And less red tape, I guess, too, just to sum it up, less red tape. So like 30-page applications and things like that. Try to streamline it so
Were
there's
these
not so much red
relief
tape.
fund programs that we're talking about?
Not exclusive, but it really came to my attention during COVID when we were trying to help the small businesses.
Small business grants and those kinds of things.
But
yeah.
luckily, city staff was very nimble, and they were able to listen. And whereas we were going to be giving out loans, we heard we need grants, not loans. We flexed that. Other cities had to send money back, but we didn't have to because we were listening. But it's all about communications. You know, how do we communicate to work with our citizenry?
Under customer needs or citizen needs is what we have on ours. Is this could fit in a lot of categories, could fit under political factors also and uncertainties, but a lack of immigration policy and how that has impacted cities like Fort Worth that has a very proud immigrant population that currently live in the shadows of our city, and we can't do anything about that other than try to provide equitable services. But it's absolutely impacting neighborhoods across our city, and it fits in a lot of different categories. And unfortunately, no sight, no hope in sight for them to fix it, but it is very troubling.
Mayor, if I can add on to that, I think even things as a city as simple as language matter on this issue, right? Like saying citizens versus residents, right? When we talk about how we deliver things that benefit everyone who lives in the city of Fort Worth. And so I think even those things further push our undocumented and even our, folks with legal documents but are not officially citizens of this country, that further push
But they
them
do
into
reside
this,
here.
right?
Yeah, and they make
but
them
that push
feel
them
unfair.
further into the silo. And as it kind of, I've spoken to a number of folks on this who are directly impacted by this, but it makes them feel like they're not a beneficiary and a part of this community when we use terms like that. So,
Okay. How about employees? What are the expectations, needs? What do the employees need out of you, out of the governing body and senior management?
This is my observation because I've been on both sides uniquely, is I don't think the elected body has always done a great job of showing appreciation enough. We might have one-off things at work sessions, but what could we do collectively as a body to say to our employees, we are thankful for you. We know how hard you work. Because naturally, we're all human. If you show appreciation, they naturally want to be better and are more communicative about what they need. And then additionally, what an opportunity it is for our employees moving into the new city hall and allowing them to experience a culture shift that they're excited about, right? Being able to work together in a new environment. And that's something that I know city management is working on right now. And how can we as a body support them in that? Especially those of us that have other experiences outside of City Hall and can lend some expertise there.
A couple of you mentioned in the interviews the importance of getting that transition from old City Hall to new City Hall really spot on right. Okay. Flexibility that employees want, that's a need. So in terms of their work life, yeah.
Well, I think that all kind of leads back into this whole idea of great resignation. Are we addressing employee needs the way that we are to attract the best talent? It's not just pay at this point. It's the full package that we give them. And what does that mean for the future of the city?
We're one of the top employers in the county, the city of Fort Worth is. And so we are competing in a very tough job market right now. I know we're trying to hire some key staff up and down the what's the word? Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you.
What was the word?
Food chain, yeah. Up and down the structure.
Uh-huh.
We're trying
okay.
to hire some key people. And so to define what that means to be a big kid city, right, we also need to think about being a big kid employer. And so we have some really great employers here in Fort Worth that we like to show off. and we're very proud of. And so we have to think of ourselves as not just a governmental body or entity, but how can we be that top employer? How can the city of Fort Worth win our own awards? And that's what we should be working towards.
I will also add properly staffed. A lot of our departments may be fully staffed, but they're not staffed enough. And so I think we need to have department heads and ACM revisit the quality of the work or how much work each person is having to do, the quality. Thank you. And I think our employees would certainly appreciate that.
Is my microphone? I want everybody to hear this.
It's on.
David knows where I'm going with this, but I once told a department head in open session, work session, I told this department head, I know David Cook has threatened the life of your first child if you ask for another employee. And that was my way of trying to get the point across. You know, I don't know of any department who will tell you that they are properly staffed. I think we need real staffing needs met. I think there are people doing too many jobs, and I think people are trying to be cross-trained so that they can fill in the gaps. I'm concerned about employee retention. And so as we lose good talent, you know, the question becomes why? And I'm optimistic that we'll see changes for the better because we have one of the best HR directors with us now. I see Deanna back there. The woman walked in the door telling Jay, who hired her, send my employees to me for complaints. I mean, she walked in that strong. And I teased Jay about that as well. But, you know, we really need truthful staffing needs met. So that's, David? You okay?
Yeah, and we ought to focus on recruitment and retention.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and speaking about retention, when we talk about hiring more diverse police officers, the question I know that Chris and I have gotten is, are we going to the historical black colleges still? And I don't know that we are, but I know that this council is still loaded with people who will go on any recruiting trip with any department. And so if you want to, are you an HBC? I didn't have that benefit.
I am the Fort Valley State University.
Well, I went to North Texas State, but just know that's out there, the need to go to the HBCUs specifically for recruiting of police and fire.
Let me do a quick process check. We're at lunch now. We can finish this out, maybe take 10 minutes to do that, or we can reconvene after lunch in 30 minutes and finish up. What do you want to do? Keep going. All right. So let's talk about
Can I add on employee needs?
Sure.
What I would say is, my experience, I say I grew up professionally in the banking world, but, you know, I worked for big companies, and there was always a culture that was communicated. And before I was banking, I was with Enterprise, you know, and there was always that message from this well-known, prominent, good leader, you know, Andy Taylor with Enterprise, Jamie Dimon with JP Morgan, Hugh McCall with Nations Bank, Bank of America. And I don't know that I see that in our city. And it obviously a little smaller, but, you know, there was always a different message, but it was consistent. You know, it might be a message about accuracy and efficiency. You know, what are we doing from a process standpoint? There'd be a measure to do quick starts or debriefs with employees in small groups every day as a form of communication. There would be initiatives to say, how do we gather employee solutions through 360-degree coaching, and going to your employee and saying, you know, these are things that you're doing well, and these are things that you need to do better, but tell me what I'm doing well for you, and tell me what I can do better for you. And there was just a corporate hierarchy of that message being communicated from the CEO all the way down to that first employee. They walk in the door, you know, there's a big easel, you know, welcome John, new employee, here is our city initiatives. You know, it's being prudent with our taxpayer dollars. It's providing a high level of service to our residents. It's being apolitical. You did a good job with that. what are those cultures and values that we communicate to every department head and every employee? And with that, I've been doing this 7 years, and I admire you, David. I think you do a great job, and so I'm just coaching you and talking about culture and stuff. But we've had not a lot, but changeover, and that's every company deals with that. And sometimes there is a period of time where we have to wait for that department head to catch up, or there's a lapse sometimes, and it just always. I don't see it. I don't know it. I'm not there every day, 9 to 5. And so, just make sure we have a culture to embrace that new executive, that new employee with the items that are important to our city. Again, that culture. What do we expect? Those expectations. And so I just think that's one thing that I feel like is missing in this big corporate world, in this government sector that I saw and blossom under in the private sector.
With you on a whole lot
Anything.
of stuff. But you are spot on with that. And I've had the pleasure of working in government as well as corporate America, and now I run a nonprofit. That nonprofit connects me to 35 of the larger employers here in this region. When Bob Pence, when Brian Colthorpe hires a new employee that's frees and nickels, they go around to all of their cities with a welcome to that new employee. And it used to happen up under Bob Pence. I'm sure his predecessor did the same thing, our former city manager. That tone is very important. I still have coasters from TU Electric that are worn, but it had our values. And we were able to get that message communicated to the entire workforce. And at that time, we had 15,000 employees, but they all knew where Earl and I stood. And so having worked in government, I don't see that as a lacking for us here, but I just never saw it in government. And so it may be something that needs to be communicated. And I will tell you, right, TCC is one of my partners. The day that the announcement of the change going on here took place, every TCC computer got a message from Dr. LeBlanc or the chair, I forget who sent it, to let them know it's going to be okay. And that kind of stuff happens in corporate, or in this case, higher academia, but you don't see it in government because we're so busy drinking from the fire hydrant. But it may be something that we should adopt here, and it might be good. We don't know what happens day to day because we're not supposed to. Wink, wink. But I think it would be good to hear that message just travel down and let department heads continue the message down their downline as well. So I'm glad you brought that up.
I want to add on to that. I think that's really good, Carrie, and you remind me of my time with Marriott, specifically at the Gaylord. And one thing that was consistent across the property for all the employees was our service basics. And I think that's important even for our city in terms of the customer interfacing aspects of our city, that we have service delivery basics that everyone is clear on, that allows us to be efficient and give, especially in the new City Hall, give like our customers and folks that interact with City Hall that feel good experience. My dad used to always say, like, people don't care what you know until they know that you care, right? And I think that that's a really great point, Carrie, and thank you for taking me down that memory lane, and I think it's applicable here too, so awesome.
Let's talk quickly, because I hopped down, list back right above that. Any particular economic forces, considerations that, again, you need to account for as you look ahead of where we're trying to go? Good or bad?
I'll start with a good, if that's okay. One thing that struck me about the COG presentation that we had as a city council was that we were encouraged that this is the year of doing with all of the federal funds that are here. And so I think that's a once in a lifetime shot that we have in the city with all the federal funds that we have to do some really good things to continue our economy moving forward.
I'll just add from that, or add to it. I don't think we still know completely post-COVID how our business has been hurt, devastated, what that looks like. So I think that's still a big question mark of how we address that, what we do.
And that's under uncertainties too.
Yes.
Other economic considerations. Let's talk about uncertainty since we were down there. What are the things that, you know, and we're gonna talk about this here too when we talk about threats, but what are the big unknowns out there?
It's been mentioned before, but we're going to focus on it on a council level, but our response to rising violent crime in our city.
Fernando, you look like you were about ready to say something.
No, I was going to remind us that last year at this retreat, we were talking about uncertainties associated with COVID and the post-COVID world. And we shared with the council some predictions that proved to be wrong. we missed it badly.
Did we have one? I said no, but I was there.
No, we had the retreat at the future city hall.
In a mask. I had my mask on.
And we trotted out all the experts, and we told you that our sales tax was going to be flat, and our property tax was going to decline, and we actually had it modeled with a high degree of precision. It was all wrong.
On the low side, though, right? It was better.
Yeah,
than
we did much better than we expected, and in fact, thanks in large part to the federal funding, we've had the best budget year anyone can remember. I mean, that's great. That's an uncertainty, and we didn't know what we were getting into, and we still don't. So we have to take it one day at a time.
I might mention, really, it's uncertainty, but also related to the economic climate. You know, it's been some time since Fort Worth has really experienced a bear market, particularly in housing. And, you know, what can change? Lots of things, of course, but rates are changing today. You know, there's unrest around the world. It's going to affect the markets. You know, what can change? A lot of things can change that can lead us to begin to experience things that we haven't in a long time.
Yeah.
We still have a housing boom going on. What happens if that changes? You know, are we prepared for that? But I think those are realities, again, that unless you live through it, you always just think it's going to keep on going in such a positive way.
Yeah.
And that usually comes to an end at some point.
Last thing, technology. So how is technology impacting city government?
I'll do one more for uncertainty. You keep skipping
Sure.
over me.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm trying to get to lunch, Kerry.
There you go. I mean, I'm hungry too. I would just say uncertainty is cost. We just don't know how much it's going to cost to build something today that we start planning. We don't know how much it's going to cost to retain employees. And that's just
And how
time.
long it will take to get those
Yep.
items and
Yeah,
get those
and that's
employees.
and it's not just our government; it's our businesses that are struggling with that. So,
Yep. Technology. Anybody want to weigh in on, you know, the importance or the impact of technology on our pursuit of that vision?
Yeah, electric vehicles and automated vehicles for passenger freight delivery.
Electric and autonomous.
Autonomous, yeah.
Broadband technology.
Yeah, that's a good
kind
one.
of
Yeah.
undergird all of that.
I wrote disparity in schools. Disparity in schools.
Okay.
Technology. Yeah.
So this disparity in terms of availability of technology in school?
Exactly. You'll continue building an underclass if you can't get kids educated. And technology is one of those areas where we're lacking because you don't have the access in those cities with the aging infrastructure.
Yep.
Yep. I had access to haves and have-nots.
I wrote haves and have-nots. Did you look at my paper?
I did.
Okay.
Drones and vertical. Okay.
And city staff can start using drones too eventually, don't you think, David? Inspect my trees. That's what I heard. Is that true? Well, Arlington had for a while. Okay. I just need drones to look at trees, you know? I'm not going to ask a department head. I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
So the lesson here is, in order to achieve your vision, there are lots of things that are going on in the world outside you that you have to take into account and think about. Some trends very positive, some trends concerning, some economic good news, some economic not so good. So that's the purpose of this exercise, just to say, you know, we're not operating in an isolation, but we're in this ecosystem where we have a lot of pressures that we have to account for. And one of those is hunger. So it was time to break for lunch. We've got 30 minutes allocated for lunch, and I believe it's, Frida's just right next door, right? Yep. Thanks. We'll see you in a, well, we're supposed to take 30 minutes, so quarter till?
We're talking about, you know, our city staffs and good relationships also with our, you know, something Fernando highlighted, that not all cities have the same relationship with their labor forces, with particularly police and fire, you know, that City of Fort Worth may enjoy. Government relations, we work well with our Council of Governments in deploying dollars, and that's a big advantage that this region has, this metropolitan planning organization that they do, and the model they have in place is just, it really highlights a lot of successes that we sometimes discount or don't recognize enough. Relationship with the county, TCC, JPS. I don't think TRWD made the list. And then overall, improving. And then just public support. You know, we have folks talking to us about potholes and police patrols, but in the end, we have support of our community, and we see that. So.
Great. Does anyone else from the Strengths Group want to speak to anything specifically, or even add anything? Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, under local economy, it was just part of, under local economy, it was growth, strength, and corporations as part of local economy.
Well, not presidential, but our nonprofits, our foundations.
Just,
yeah,
philanthropic.
Okay, philanthropy, perfect. Does anybody else want to speak to strengths that maybe didn't make the list, or something that resonates that came out of the Strengths Group? Oh yeah, I can read them all back. Thank you. So for the top, we have local economy, financials, leadership, and council staff, then workforce, government relations, and corporate and resident support. So those are all the buckets. But again, if there's something that didn't make that or doesn't fit squarely, feel free to add. And open discussion as well, if there's something that resonates.
I would add one to leadership, just the diversity on our council, both in every sense. You know, our ideas and perspectives, our race, our gender, our age, like all those things allow us to have a fuller picture of the conversations that represent residents of Fort Worth. And our neighborhoods too, yeah.
When you say neighborhoods, you mean that same diversity in leadership is also within neighborhoods as well? Okay. Perfect. Other strengths? Other areas where feel that there's strengths happening? Could be soft skills, can be anything.
I think as a city, we do have needs in infrastructure, both mobility, water, environmental, but I also think that when you compare us to other large cities, we're in a pretty good place, and with the right level of planning, that can continue. And we have some of the best department heads that really focus in that area. So I think that's a strength for us as a community.
Definitely.
So just infrastructure.
Say that again, Mayor. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Infrastructure.
Just infrastructure. I mean, we could talk about that as a weakness too, because there's plenty of need. But comparatively across other large cities in the country, our infrastructure, thanks to leaders before us, have planned pretty well. And how do you remedy the areas where we've had the most, we've fallen most behind, but also use it to our advantage as a strength?
And that's also, if I can, that's a really interesting point, because not all of these are going to be unique to that category. So infrastructure both being a strength and a weakness, like you mentioned, or some of the others could fall across 3 buckets. All right, if that's all for strengths, we can move into some of the weakness areas. A lot of times these conversations, there seems to be a lot of emphasis on some things that we're trying to fix or some things that we want to make right. So let's jump into that. Let's go over to the weaknesses group. What are some areas? What are some weaknesses that you think that you all discuss? Yeah, let's just start there.
Yeah, I'll share out, but to my teammates, please jump in wherever you see fit. The first one was, and I'm going to ask Maya's help for this first one. Can you explain a little bit? But, Maya brought up about just our employee mindsets and long-term employee mindsets. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, and it's not to say all long-term employees, of course, but I've observed that for some, the rate of growth is faster than they have the ability to change and to innovate. It's just so fast. It's taken some people unaware. So for an example I gave to the group was, every time we compare ourselves to Plano or McKinney, I kind of cringe because we've never been that small since I've lived here. So I don't understand why we compare ourselves to such small towns when we're so big. So to me, that often feels like the growth being faster than people's brains can process it, if that makes sense.
Would you say that comparison is that something that's negatively affecting? Would that be a weakness, that comparison?
That's a huge weakness to me. I think we should be comparing ourselves to Denver and Charlotte and Seattle. And I mean, we're bigger than every big city I just named.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for that, Manya. And then moving down the list, our ability to deliver capital improvements, our development services, and sometimes the challenges that developers face in getting through that process.
Is that the same thing, or is that 2 different points?
Which one? Development services?
CIP, delivered CIP, and then development services a second. Yeah, okay.
And then rethinking how we approach staffing, both in the sense of, and David described this really eloquently, sometimes we need more staffing and sometimes we need to rethink the service delivery and how we've done it, and maybe the way we've always done it isn't the way that it needs to be done in the future to be able to serve the current needs that we're seeing. So, and then I think sometimes we're limited by our culture to be innovative in that we could always stand to be more innovative as an organization.
So just before you move on, you said you're limited by the culture in order to be innovative.
Yeah, so I think being intentional about creating a culture around giving ourselves permission to be innovative.
Okay, got it. A culture of permission to be innovative. That's interesting.
We're innovative, building an innovative culture.
I like it.
And then this is a little redundant, but thinking critically about how we deliver services as a city. And then another weakness is
you said delivering services to the city? Okay.
I'm going to combine those.
Please. And then another one we wrote down was, homelessness and litter in the city.
Homelessness and litter.
Yeah, and just to kind of give some context to the connection there, we see, we'll go clean up an encampment, and then the encampment moves, and then we're constantly spending energy chasing litter instead of addressing, for instance, the issue of the encampments.
I don't like providing those.
They can be totally separate. they're and
So
then there's
separate homelessness and
yeah.
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah, and a clean city maybe.
A clean city, yeah. I think.
Lack thereof.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor. Another weakness is transportation and mobility.
Transportation and mobility.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to add transportation and mobility?
Yes.
Okay, as a weakness.
As a weakness.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hold it up here.
Another one is use of staff and council time. And I know, like, this is an example, but it's a really good example. Yeah. We've spent 2 days, full days back to back with each other, which I really love, but also as, you know, a young council member who still has to work, like, sure. There's a delicate balance for me too. So, and in the paycheck, yeah. So the next one is, or the last one, implementation of automated systems. As we continue to move into the future, you know, there's a lot of systems and processes that can be automated, but sometimes the devil is in the details and in the implementation. And so we can always be better at implementing automated systems.
Yeah. So automated systems to increase efficiency.
Right.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Any other weaknesses now as we throw it out to the whole group? Anything? I guess we don't have any others. That's perfectly fine. We can move on.
No.
To the...
Wait. One more. I missed one. I skipped over one. Sure. Our team said communications as well, how we communicate internally and externally into our residents. Yeah.
Got it. We will add that to the list.
I'll save it for opportunities.
Okay.
I said in and out just to make it short.
All right, so now strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. That's the SWOT analysis. We're going to move into the threats piece.
Were there no other additions to?
I don't think we had any more for weaknesses. Right? Okay. No one else wanted to add any?
Just an observation. Sure. I found over the years doing this that the best organizations are often always the most self-critical too. That means you're thinking about how to get better. So don't feel bad about having a longer list of weaknesses than strengths. Go ahead, Woody.
Yeah, no, that's a really great point, David. As we move into threats, I think this group over here was the threat group. So as we move across the strengths matrix, share with us some of your thoughts. Where are the threats lying?
All right, I'm just going to go down the list, and if you need, we can elaborate. Okay, misinformation, because that interferes with resident outreach and communication.
Sorry, okay. I didn't think I heard the first part of that.
Misinformation.
Okay. Misinformation.
Yeah. Misinformation.
Right. Okay.
Interferes with
resident outreach and communication.
Resident outreach and communication. Got it.
All right. Global instability. All right. Because even at a local level, it does affect us.
Okay.
All right.
So we're going to add global instability. Perfect.
All right. I'm going to try to articulate this as best I can, so jump in if you need to. Sure. Okay. An out-of-character reaction in our efforts to act like a big city.
Interesting.
Out of character?
Right. Out of character reaction in trying to act like a big city.
Interesting. Could you elaborate on that one more? I think that one's a really interesting one. I think you knew we were going to.
Yeah, we were trying to we did go back to that conversation earlier this morning about acting like a big city. A lot of us hear that, and it just begs the question of what does that mean? Sure. And it can be interpreted different ways as we're not doing things we should be doing, but at the same time we should be at least recognizing maybe we are doing some things well that others aren't doing. So there's a presumption in that statement of not doing things as we should or as other larger cities are, which again, as I said, you have to question that. So along those lines, if as we're growing and, trying to mature aspirationally, we don't want to do anything rash that is out of our character and our culture as a city, because we're trying to implement some change from an external source.
Okay, so there's an element of strategicness as well,
Yeah.
being strategic. Okay, that's interesting.
Okay. Not executing on economic
Yes.
development.
Sorry, keep going.
Not executing on economic development opportunities.
Not exercising on
Executing.
Executing.
Yep. On economic development opportunities.
Perfect.
Okay. And then not being able to recruit needed talent. And part of that is competing against the private sector. And I think, as it was said here amongst our group, how do we make City Hall cool in the sense of, working here and attracting, the people we need here, right? And I'm going to combine another one that we said, and that goes hand in hand with retention of talent as well. Not just recruitment, but retention of talent. And that's our list.
Okay. Awesome.
I tried. I think we won.
Yeah.
Threats group is saying they won. I think that.
We won in terms of being succinct.
Perfect. Sure. So let's pull it out. I know any other people in the other groups, any other council members, assistant managers, any other thoughts, threats-wise?
I just want to celebrate that team. One thing that really resonated with me was just how y'all talked about like making City Hall cool. It automatically made me think like, how do we make City Hall the place to be, and for everyone who either wants to work here or come to do business here or whatever the case may be, making it the place to be in city.
I thought
Doesn't
you
help that
just
we have a cool
said
building.
that you didn't enjoy spending 2 long days with us at City Hall.
I really enjoyed it. Hey, it got shady over here,
Yes, it is. We're going to move on to opportunities. And I think this is the one. Sorry about that. Once we're done with this one, we're going to go back and we're going to work through all of these because there's always room to pull some of these areas all the way into the opportunities. So please go ahead.
Okay, so for our opportunities, an influx in federal funding for infrastructure and other program.
Okay,
broadband
influx in
and-
federal
yeah.
funding for programming.
Correct.
Okay.
Infrastructure and programming. Yeah.
Okay, infrastructure and programming. Perfect.
Remote workers are able to relocate to Fort Worth if we make it.
Yeah.
If we, with placemaking, we can get them here, even if they don't have to work here. They
Okay,
can spend their
so-
money here.
The ability for remote workers to come to Fort Worth.
Right.
Love it.
Our philanthropic partnerships throughout the community. We're a
Okay.
very giving, Fort Worth is a very giving community, and so that's a huge opportunity for us.
I lost the first part of that, sorry.
Yeah, it's a
That's good.
philanthropic partnerships.
Philanthropic partnerships, both current and exploring new potential partnerships. And then partnerships to help us rethink transit and transportation.
Partnerships to rethink transit and transportation.
Yes.
Please.
Okay, and some of these opportunities, as far as it relates to transit, and a lot of our major companies, our current transit is going through a new president and CEO search, and so it gives us an opportunity as the city of Fort Worth to establish a new relationship with the high leadership. And there's other opportunities that we have that we want to dive into when we have new leadership coming in.
Is that a sub-bullet to this one, or is that separate?
Well, I think we'll have a whole separate one that would touch on it too.
So it's what, strengthen the Trinity Metro partnership relationship, is that what you're saying?
Related to that.
Yeah.
Rethinking transit and transportation.
He's elaborating on it.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
But we do have another bubble though, talking about the
Yeah,
changes in
that's what I was-
leadership.
Yeah. And so I guess I'll skip to that one then. We have new leadership across the county in both organizations that we work with, such as the Trinity Metro. I'm aging myself. Trinity Metro, JPS. We'll see new leadership at the county level. The Black Chamber.
Leadership at various organizations, various levels.
Right. And we're gonna call that an opportunity today.
Love it.
So if I said leadership changes with major, critical, significant partners, something like that.
That sounds great.
Okay.
Elizabeth, just so you know, the former CEO of Trinity Metro is here, but I
Yes.
don't call him new. I'm just trying to convince him that he ought to stay.
Yes. Yes.
Steve is back there too.
Paul, you want to respond to
that? Higher education and some really exciting opportunities coming to the city in the form of medical school and Texas A&M. Whoop. You can just call that one the WHOOP opportunity. WHOOP. Yeah.
Aren't you an Aggie, David? His foot hurts. He can't move.
And so then we have our natural assets.
Say that one again.
Our natural assets.
Natural assets.
So river, our open spaces.
Okay.
Around
resources.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't want to say resources because that sounds like we're going to use them up. I don't want to use. We preserved them. Yes.
Okay. As assets. Okay.
Yes, natural assets.
Natural assets.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
And then our upcoming election, our charter election, our bond election are both big opportunities for the city.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. All right. I think that's all from the group. So if there's anybody else across the panel, opportunities, please feel free to share. And just as I mentioned at the start, the purpose of the SWOT analysis is to arrive at the opportunities. So our strengths can become opportunities, weaknesses can be turned into opportunities, threats can be turned into opportunities. What are your thoughts?
Very briefly, I just want to throw this in there. Office of Global Affairs. Okay, and David, you may want to pay attention to this. The city had this before. I checked with Maddie, but maybe we should revisit this and make it sustainable through a public-private partnership. So we're just not merely adding, to city departments in any way, but beyond just being window dressing, welcoming VIPs, strengthening economic development ties.
Sure.
From a global standpoint, would be one way. We would partner with groups that could also bring in revenue opportunities. So.
Okay.
And I have an opportunity.
Please.
Fort Worth is a destination place. So just right in the bubble, destination place.
Yes, ma'am.
Love it. So we've run out of bubbles up there, but we can keep adding as many
We
as
can
we want
add
to. Mary, would you like to share?
I think first would be it's a weakness and an opportunity is the education level of our community members.
Okay.
There's a lack of higher education credentials and the need to fill jobs, but you also can fix that. So it's an opportunity to really hone in on maybe not the traditional four-year degree pathway, right? But recognizing that the workforce has changed and how do we support those pathways for our citizens and our residents to have make a living wage, live here. So I think if you just put education or workforce, that's helpful.
Okay.
And then the other opportunity I would say is we're a young city.
Sure.
Our average age usually hovers around 33. We have a very high percentage of young children. I think still the second highest in the country among large cities.
Okay.
And so that obviously is a place where people want to raise a family, which is an opportunity as a community as well.
Okay.
Say that again, Mayor. What's the headline?
We are a young city. Our average age is 33. We also have a very high percentage of families with young children in Fort Worth. So family friendly.
And then I abbreviated your workforce point to workforce development. You said it was also potentially a weakness.
It's a weakness also, yes.
Okay. Got it. All right. Well, if that's it for the opportunities, one last round. Is there anything else that anyone wants to add that wasn't mentioned? Reiterate. We can always emphasize something more that's on there that if somebody thinks it just wasn't punched through, how much importance that should have. Otherwise, that wraps it up. Please, sir.
I'll just say just efficiencies in general. Thank you. I'm Carrie. Just efficiencies in general, and there's a positive takeaway from the pandemic and it's more just the social acceptance of doing a Zoom meeting or processing a set of plans through electronic service. And my list is really tied to how do we specifically improve our efficiencies. And you've heard me talk about payroll, you've talked about permitting, you've talked about TPW. It's also our service center. It's audit, increasing our audit, because every time we do an audit, we pay for the manpower there with that. Those are more of those things that I would like for us to focus on, and I'll be talking about that over the next few weeks, or if the time allows here today, just depending on what the next topic is. But just efficiencies in general as we work to improve our service delivery, and then the cost of that service delivery. Okay.
And Carrie, is that efficiencies found through technological solutions or people?
Technology.
Yeah. Because I was going to mention it as Jared brought up the development services. I get a lot of feedback, of course, with a lot of development going on in the north side of the district about how, are there ways that we can improve because we're not, keeping pace, right? And there's manpower issues, we know, and everyone is overtaxed. So are there other solutions that we can investigate specifically to that area? Because I think the feedback is we get a lot of information that isn't always consistent. Mm-hmm. And how can we improve upon that?
Yeah, I'll say, I guess we're all hearing it about the development services. And I'll tell you what we hear is that they handle this one permit okay. But the problem is you don't have enough people, so it lends to the question that you asked, the technology or people, and I said technology. Well, maybe it's technology and people. They can't handle the volume that they have, and that's what's causing the bottleneck. But is there a technical element that we can change there, that we can impact? And then we struggle with this decision in our city of, if our volume exceeds our workload, do we hire more people, or do we, knowing that we may not have the same workload over the same period of time? In the private world, if you've only got staff to do one project and you get the opportunity to do two projects, you hire the staff to do two projects. But you can't always do that in the government world unless you outsource some of that work. And that's just that control that this institution has to make sure that we have our fingerprints on everything that comes through City Hall, when some of that work could be done differently. I'll bring up the service center. I think that's a big cost opportunity for us. We have 7,000 employees right now. Our police officers, when they need an oil change, they drive across town to get their oil change, and they sit in the lobby and wait for their oil change to occur. I don't know of a private company that has a fleet the size of ours that has that has the same type of service centers we do, to the same extent. They might have some for special needs, special vehicles, things of that nature, but not to the same capacity. And so I know in the private world that we pay that person to do an oil change more than that employee makes in the private world, because it's a more skilled technician just doing an oil change. They're looking at other things. There's a larger checklist. But what's the opportunity cost that employee driving across town and waiting in line? We also know that our benefit cost for that employee is 40%, 40, compared to 20% in the private sector. And it's just a cost accounting to say, what does it cost us to do an oil change? And are we doing that correctly?
Yeah.
Another really good point to make. It was very profound.
David, is this the groan zone?
Department heads. We give department heads a budget, but yet they don't have control of that expense item for the maintenance of their vehicles. That is a set expense, and they don't control necessarily everything that can be done to that car. Whereas you and I have that decision on our car. And they've made adjustments to include how they purchase vehicles now to make sure that when they purchase the vehicle, because they have headaches with service, that I'm just going to buy all the maintenance options from the dealer so I don't have to deal with the service center anymore. And so we're actually paying more to purchase the vehicle to accommodate that concern the departments have with the service center. So, anyway.
Carrie, that was profound.
Okay, good. Glad I delivered.
I'm glad you added people when you talk efficiencies, because I think, well, I know it is technology and people. And we had a shot at that a few years ago. I got so excited when we hired a Six Sigma black belt, because I just knew that when she was hired, we would see things improve. But I don't think we were able to really utilize her effectively, and she's gone. Okay. But when you take a look at how we operate, when you first mentioned the automotive example, it took me back to TXU, because there's no way our linemen would be sitting up waiting for an oil change. But when you look at efficiencies, I'm just hoping that we can look at some ways to get better service delivery. But if you don't have the proper staff and the properly trained staff, that in itself adds to your cost, because you've got people who don't know what they're doing. When it comes to development services, one thing that we learned through COVID is that we're very nimble. And I was really jazzed when I saw all the new technology in development services. But if you have people who mess up stuff, then you're going to get bogged down again. And when I was on Board of Adjustment, I would tell folk, if you go down there in the bowels of the beast at 12 noon, show a set of plans, they will say, looks good. Same set, 2 o'clock, they'll find problems. 4 o'clock, they never saw you. And so we've got to make sure people are trained to do the jobs we hire them to do. But for me, efficiencies is very important, but I do link them to people and technology. I'll turn my mic off.
Question for David. Now that we've done this matrix and I'm looking at challenges and opportunities, help us understand what you're trying to get us to over here. Because I think all of us could probably go down this and have a lot to say and really want to get into it, but that may not be where you want us to go.
What I'm going to do next is I'm going to ask you to use your sticky notes and almost flip all of this on its head, where I've been keeping you at a pretty high level, get pretty granular and say, okay, what is it that we need to specifically do to achieve? I nearly wrote down innovation, prosperity, diversity, and bourbon, but I left bourbon off. To achieve that vision, which is just our shorthand for the vision right now, by leveraging our strengths, overcoming our weaknesses, mitigating our threats, capturing our opportunities, what are the action steps around that? And we'll then have you give us your individual idea, and we'll group them together and figure out, all right, what are the big buckets of challenge that are out there. So the end result, and I don't want to tell you what the end result will be, but typically it would be things like strengthen economic development, invest in infrastructure, and those kinds of things. But we'll start I always forget. Is it deductive or inductive, where you move from the detail to the general? But I'm flipping it all the time. We're going to start with the details and move up to the general. Does that answer your question, Mayor?
I think so.
Trust the process.
Okay, yes, I'm trusting. Trust fall, here we go.
Yeah, no trust falling. So we'll just move in that direction, and so this is all about kind of your own individual ideas. What are your personal? These are things we need to get done. So advance the slide if you would, Woody. One more. So this is a facilitation technique they call future pull. I want you to go out in your mind into some point out in the future where you're achieving unrivaled success. You're reaching your vision. You're making progress towards your vision. You've overcome your weaknesses. You've leveraged your strengths. You're capturing opportunities. How'd you get there? You're out there right now, looking back on what is today, the 21st of February, 2022. Is it 22? Yeah. What did we do from that future point looking back to today? What specific action steps did we take as a governing body, as a city, to get us to that future place? One idea per sticky note, written legibly. Go. Any number, 5 to 7 is probably a good target. Some will have a lot more, some may have less, and then we're going to start seeing where the commonalities are. To poison the well, but it could be things like increased community policing programs. We let's see, what else? We invested in mass transit. We re-engineered our development process. We automated whatever. Yeah, we're going to see where we are time-wise. We've got essentially an hour.
While we're all writing, Fort Worth ISD just announced that they will be closing tomorrow for all the parents in the room.
Yeah, while y'all writing too, we're gonna we're not having the redistricting public comment Thursday night, tomorrow night. We're gonna move it to Monday, and I'm looking at Whitney to make sure I'm right. And then we're gonna do. We've already scheduled another drawing session for Tuesday because work session was already pretty short. Okay, I know that's our favorite topic, but at least that lets you plan for tomorrow. We don't want anybody driving in ice and fun stuff. And we will try to get out of here by 3. So those of you who are trying to figure out the rest of your afternoons like me with kids, you'll know where you can leave.
We're on course to make 3.
Thank you, David. A lot of them are picking up kids early. Yeah.
Okay, let's start. I just want one idea. Anybody, give me your best idea. What, looking back from a position of great success, what did we do? Just one.
We fixed the 911 system.
Okay, let me get your sticky note. Okay, fixed the 911 system and assigned a process owner for fixing the 911.
We have a public safety communications.
Okay, so who else has something that is related to that? It doesn't have. It could be public safety. It could be process improvement. But let's build off of that one. So we made an investment in, or could be in technology investment. Well, who knows? But something that sort of shares some common trait with that. Give me another one.
On the subject of public safety, implement recommendations from the Matrix study. It's the name of a consulting firm.
Sure.
For police department staffing, and justify funding requests
based on it. Yep. Okay.
Workload and outcomes.
Okay, so we got a theme developing here right now. Could change as we go through this process, but now, right now we've got 2 ideas. Looking back from great success to help us get to where we want to be, we fixed our 911 system, made sure somebody was in charge of it, and we implemented the staffing recommendations. And I'm familiar with Matrix work using their call for service-based modeling, right? Okay. So now we're looking for public safety stuff. Who else had things around public safety that are looking back from great success? We did this.
Reduce violent crime by collaborating with our communities.
Reduced violent crime collaboratively with the community. You want to elaborate on that a little? Without changing core values. Does that fit here, Mr. Firestone, or is that maybe a start of another idea? I'm going to put it there for the moment. This says public safety prioritized with more emphasis in community-based programs. And Valerie mentioned that something about fire, and I know you're looking at some analysis of fire staffing coming up, might fit in that category. This is police-centric, but that would now make it public safety-centric. Do you have, does somebody have some, I know, Mr. Flores, this is one of the things you and I talked about on the fire side. What else? Oh, I'm sorry. Reduce speed in neighborhoods and streets. So sort of a traffic control, traffic enforcement issue.
Ann, is that you?
All right, tell you what, let's get another idea, another sort of cluster of ideas going. Anybody?
So I can go economic development.
All right.
This, I'm sure everybody's got lots of thoughts on this one, but I said we executed on major projects and opportunities such as Panther Island, Farrington Field, Cavill Place, Butler, Texas A&M, TCU Medical School. Everybody could probably add something to that.
Yeah. So this whole idea of economic development and kind of executing against a growing list, as I understand it, of really signature kinds of projects, right?
You can add this one too, that Fort Worth is recognized globally. We've executed on our economic development plans to make Fort Worth a globally recognized city for business and entrepreneurship.
Okay, yes. So this is still economic development, but it's about having a great story to tell that attracts people here from maybe where we weren't attracting them before, huh? Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to include this one in economic development, although others might think it goes someplace else. But
Well, we'll talk about it.
we need to build a robust fixed route transit system.
Fixed route transit system as an economic development tool. You want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure, and there might be some experts in the room that can correct me if my math is incorrect, but is it for every $1 we invest in transit, we get 20 back? Is that correct? Is it 20? Yeah. So for every dollar we invest, we know we get 20 back. And significant economic development follows along transportation corridors. Bus routes are movable. Light rail is not. It's why we saw in our future population, our projections that Mark went over this morning, that growth was along our
highways.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think it might will fall under its own category because I have one to add to that. We created rapid transit on Lancaster with new businesses along the corridor.
Yeah, okay. Well, so we're talking in both of these instances as transit as an economic development
opportunity
tool. Mm-hmm. So I'll put it there. This could spin off into its own standalone.
And then I would just add to what the mayor had earlier. We created the Trinity River with a wealth of economic growth. So to her first.
That's okay.
The one she had first.
What I called kind of the signature project idea. We created the Trinity River with a wealth of economic growth. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Any more on the economic development or transportation front? Yes, sir.
This is economic development, which is excellence in education, all levels, all schools, retain high school, college, master's degree.
So looking back
graduates.
from great success, we will have achieved excellence in education at all levels in all schools, retain high school, college, and master's degree graduates. So as we graduate people, they stay in Fort Worth to build their careers and their lives.
Correct.
I'm going to think, let me go back over here. Let me go back to Mr. Firestone, if you don't matter, the growth without changing core values. Can you elaborate on that? I'm putting it here because it says growth, but I'm interested in your core values point.
Well, I think I handed it to you actually when we were doing the emergency services.
Yes,
there,
sir, you did.
That to me it sort of fit there because we value each other. We value, a 911 call and being responsive as a city to individuals and families and some of the other things outlined there.
It was growth that got me. You didn't mean growth in the public safety services or more generally?
Well, just more generally, yeah. But it's what we touched on this morning about, the core values of the humanity of a good city and caring about each other in our communities.
Okay. So excellence in education, I'm going to guess that this is sort of, well, it's directly related to the opportunity that the mayor advanced about both a strength and a weakness. An opportunity to build our workforce and overcoming workforce weakness. So again, we'll move these around if we need to. Another idea, another cluster of ideas? David. Texas A&M Urban Campus generates new business entrepreneurs and in an innovation zone. Okay, so again, particular project, but kind of an in-state description here too.
I don't know if you want to put this with economic development, if we're going to have another category, but specific to poverty and economic mobility, with partnership, cut our poverty rate below 10%. I know you're always going to have folks below poverty, or at a poverty level, and then every zip code and school pyramid offers an opportunity for students to be successful.
So, yeah, the heading on this is poverty and economic mobility. With partnership, cut our poverty rate below 10%. Every zip code and school offers an opportunity for student success. Yeah, that straddles this here. It's kind of on the intersection between economic development and workforce. No. Yeah.
What about homelessness?
Say it again.
What about homelessness?
Doesn't exist.
Yeah, if you.
Well, I'm going to tell you why. Okay. It's because we got TCC and Workforce Solutions to create literacy, job preparedness, and financial literacy courses for the homeless. And TCC does a training, Workforce gets the job connection.
Okay, sure. So that fits right neatly with this idea. Excellence in education at all levels, retain high school, college graduates, get TCs to do preparedness training, and then
Workforce
every
Solutions.
zip code and school offers opportunities for student success. This is all saying, how do we strengthen? I think it's saying, how do we all have the kind of workforce that the community needs, both for the people here and to attract others, right?
And here's one you can add to it: ensure all communities have access to an internet. We did that. Add that one to the mayor's.
Yeah, internet access. Ensure all communities have access to internet for the purpose of education primarily.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And job training and.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Training. All right.
I have one for healthcare.
Okay, let's talk about healthcare then. What's that one say?
We got UNT Health Science Center, JPS, THR, and all other healthcare providers to staff full-service hospitals for the homeless. I'm the bleeding heart today.
I'm going to start a new one there and see where that goes. Some more.
Support our children outside of schools in a meaningful way to allow them to be successful in the classroom.
Support our children outside of schools in a meaningful way to allow success in the classroom. So to the extent that success in the classroom, learning, helps build lots of things, but certainly workforce. Can I put it here?
Mm-hmm.
Improve grade reading levels. Okay. So we're really up and down, which is good, up and down the spectrum of education, but there are lots of things that you're saying we could do to strengthen our educational outcomes and therefore the quality of the workforce and therefore our ability to attract investment.
I have one for Leonard Firestone.
Okay.
This is doable. It may sound crazy, but Chesapeake did it. I say for Mr. Firestone, we get Leon Bridges, Kelly Clarkson, Ed Bass, and Tommy Lee Jones to be in a PSA about why working at Fort Worth City Hall is cool.
Huh. You got
Kelly's from Burleson. I know, but she'll do it. Yeah. Huh?
I don't know exactly what we call that yet, but let's see.
Gina needs her own category. She deserves her
Oh, should we just what Gina says?
City Hall cool.
Okay, you're on a roll. Let's keep it going. I'm still looking at 3 o'clock, so.
This doesn't go anything up there, but piggybacking on what Elizabeth had brought up earlier about open spaces, our parks. We've executed on efforts to achieve things like our 10-minute walk to park initiative. We've preserved land adequately with open space. We've also created maybe a land trust that we don't currently have in the city of Fort Worth
Yeah.
to help support all those efforts.
I've got some.
Open space and that, so this is sort of a, well, amenities maybe
Yeah.
is the theme.
I've got something similar. Just add to that.
Trails invest in trails, open space, parks, sidewalks, connected green system. So trails and bike paths and all of that.
Natural open space.
Yep.
The river will be at the core of a lot of it.
More. These are great ideas. This is good stuff. I'm not saying we're going to everything's going to get done tomorrow, but this is starting to say this is how we're going to go about executing our vision. Invest in city systems to improve efficiency, employee, and user experience. So this is sort of an operational, internal operations, efficiency, technology.
Ooh, I could add to that. We created a virtual suggestion box with incentives for the employees.
All right, suggestion box. I'm going to take all of these that are being waved
So
at
they
me.
won't
We
know
ain't got
how old
maybe.
I am.
Nobody talks about development services anymore, and growth is still robust. There you go. Staff working strategically and up to their capacity. Investment in technology related to development services. Oops, related to something. Oh, hang on a second, Carrie. I'll be right back. Investment in technology, working strategically and to capacity. We've fixed the problem at development services. That's what David meant. Created a automated suggestion box, and then the pink C coming my way. I'll read them off in a second.
Yeah.
So fix payroll. It says cure procurement plague. Ooh. She got payroll. Got payroll. Employee culture. So that was your point you made just a few minutes ago, right, Mr. Moon? Inspect what you expect. Increase audit. AP audits. Okay. Yeah, talk about that one.
Just as I said earlier, I mean, audit is paying for itself. And I come from that culture in banking where you always had OCC or FDIC in there inspecting your cash controls, your assets, everything we do. But I want you to know that doesn't just happen in the banking world. I have a friend that works for, you ask him what he does, he says, I work for a home builder. And so you would think he builds homes, but he works in the audit department of that home building company. And they make sure if they go buy a lumber package for a house, that the lumber package goes on the house it was bought for. And it's just a simple process. Every time we do an audit, we pay, not every time, 90% of the time we do an audit, we find efficiencies. And we're not looking for gotchas. We're looking at how do we make sure that we're reviewing a change order for TPW, that we've got the process down and it's working correctly. Was it a payroll issue, or was it a process issue or personnel issue? The assets on the balance sheet that are listed as restricted assets with our police, we had $700,000 there that was listed as restricted, and it wasn't restricted. That was money that was freed up to be available for the police to use. We had $300,000 escheated over to the state that didn't need to be escheated over to the state. We have procurement contracts, vendor contracts that we regularly recognize challenges. And so it's not designed to get people, like I said, to be a gotcha. It's how do we improve our efficiencies to make sure that the functions within those departments are doing well.
I want to add on to what Councilmember Moon was just talking about with respect to process efficiencies and looking for those lean government process improvements. So I think we have one person, right, Stephen Hole is in planning and data analytics. But oftentimes when we're engaging internal audit, they're making sure that we've got procedures. Number one, do we have procedures? Are we following the procedures? And are we doing things correctly? But I think there's another step to that, which I think you're alluding to, which is, are the procedures the right procedures, right? I think there's some question about the number of touches that something has, or the technology that's supporting or not supporting those procedures, that's something that we're not really looking at in a coordinated way. Other than development services has been trying to look at that, right, with our development advisory committee and our business process improvements with commercial building permits and some others, but there's so much to look at within development services, as well as all other departments, capital delivery, talked about payroll, whatever it might be, procurement, purchasing. There's a lot of lean government things that we could be doing, but it's just, we're so busy and so in it that it's hard, unless you have someone that's their job, right, is to come in and audit the process, but not looking for something that's incorrect or inaccurate necessarily, just continuous improvement.
So maybe a future state would be to have more trained process improvement folks, or people who can map out processes, because until you have that, I mean, to me, I think you chase your tail, but you've got to have those people that come in and know and can document processes, and I think from there you can set up ensure that there are linear processes in place. But so maybe there's just that grassroots person in the departments that.
Is that something we need to add as a sticky note, or just write it?
Honestly, I think so, because I think it's a deficit that we have.
Just in terms of internal capacity to do that kind of work. Can you jot that down on a note, and I'll stick it up there? So let's just pause for a second. Again, I'm watching the clock. We've got and we're going to name these in a minute, but we've got a priority or a challenge around economic development, and that's linked to the transit impact on economic development. It has to do with our branding and our outreach and those kinds of things. We've got a workforce development theme developing here. We've got an open space theme, amenities kind of a theme here. We've got a efficiency improvement, a service excellence idea here. We've got a public safety emphasis here. And then these two that I hadn't quite figured exactly where they go. This is services to the homeless. And this is Kelly Clarkson and Ed Bass promoting. It's sort of attracting people to public service was the idea, right? So maybe that has to do with some of the things you talked about over here around challenges in recruiting and retaining people, right? So what else? Looking for the big themes. Fernando, you got several here.
Well, I've got a couple pertaining to neighborhoods, which we've discussed in the past.
Yes.
Transforming our most distressed neighborhoods, like
Yep.
Stop 6 and Las Vegas Trail, and also stabilizing and revitalizing many of our at-risk neighborhoods by adopting and implementing a neighborhood conservation strategy, which was the subject of a city council retreat about 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I've got poverty.
No neighborhood qualify for neighborhood improvement program. Okay, looking back from great success, we've had so much success with this neighborhood improvement program that nobody's asking for them anymore.
This is neighborhood too. Poverty neighborhood.
Poverty.
Yeah.
Oops.
Sorry, I stuck to my finger.
My fumble fingers. This says invest more. I did it twice. City partner resources and concentrated poverty areas, poverty and violence areas, new housing, more direct services, interventions, education, job training, healthcare. So this is sort of attacking root causes of poverty and violence, right? Does that go perhaps with Gina's note around homelessness?
Or neighborhoods.
Or neighborhoods.
At least if I think what Fernando's point about distressed neighborhoods, the most distressed neighborhoods is where I was going.
Okay. invest with equity focus in communities. And that would be synonymous with neighborhoods, right? Yeah.
With the city council on that topic, but Christina Brooks is taking the lead. It involves a lot of data collection and analysis to help us deliver services in an equitable way across the city.
And I'm thinking about this. So that's broader than neighborhoods, right? Does it go here with all of this? Most of this is efficiency driven, but does service excellence, operational excellence, broaden it and encompass this idea of equity in all we do? Again, I don't want to force feed anybody.
I think it's different. I mean, I think it can go together, but I think it's different.
Well, I can start another one. We'll see. So that's sort of the equity lens question. Other people have anything related to that? Yeah. Any other new ideas, new themes?
This one, I'm not sure where you want to put it, but it's the idea is we're known in 20 years in terms of innovation and prosperity by an identity that we would have created, like historically Fort Worth, cattle, oil, whatever it may be. So examples would be autonomous vehicles coming out of Alliance, or EV batteries, energy technologies, air delivery, educational opportunities. There's there's an identity from an economic development perspective, I guess this is where it might go. For innovation and prosperity, it came from this area. So it's the idea of Silicon Valley, Wall Street, Hollywood, Nashville. You go to those places for kind of specific reasons.
Mm-hmm.
What's the reason people are coming to Fort Worth?
So one of the tricks to this, and it's one of the hardest things to do, is to find the right level for these ideas. So we've got this cluster of ideas that all link to economic development, but it's very diverse. And of course, economic development is, right? You got to have to pull a lot of levers. But we created the Trinity River. We completed some really important signature projects. We became globally recognized. It's similar to what Mr. Firestone just talked about. What are we known for? So that's branding. So what are all of those economic development, or do some of those rise to a level of a standalone priority? Like, I don't want to put my words on it, but well, it also has several transit and transportation related things in here. So do we have really a transit idea or a transportation idea and an economic development idea and a branding idea that are important priorities, or does that all lump into economic development? Who knows, huh? I want this to be yours, not mine, but I think there's
Can you ask that question again, David?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, of all the things that we've categorized I have categorized as economic development, do some of them really rise to a co-equal kind of a priority? If economic development is a priority, does that roll up transit, branding, signature of projects, kind of recognition, or some of those, do they belong standalone?
If you don't break them out, we'll never get them done.
Was that you, Gina?
Mm-hmm. I think everything, all roads lead to economic development, but for us to be able to tackle them, you may need to break them out. Where's Robert Stearns?
Yeah.
Robert, what do you think? You want all that? Okay.
Okay.
And I might say the same about education, schools. I mean, I put it in the context of economic development, but that's a totally different animal as well.
I'm looking for that one. Oh,
It was excellence in education from all levels in schools and economic development.
Yeah, where did I put it? Oh, yeah, here. So you're saying education goes to its own, but we have what I was calling workforce development. These are also all education delivery. Is it not already at its own level, or is that something different?
I think they're the same, but also different, quite honestly. Because I think a part of it is that educational attainment and things that Robert's talked about in the economic development strategic plan and making sure we're workforce ready and continuing for future economic development. But I don't think all of the education conversation is tied necessarily to economic development.
Yeah. I moved those over here. Build a robust transit system, fixed route transit system, created rapid transit on Lancaster with new businesses along the corridor. Again, transit is an economic development engine. We've got this education idea here, which is excellence in education at all levels, all schools, high school, college, master's, graduate, stay. Okay. Any more ideas that we haven't captured somewhere else? Reduce, reuse, recycle abandoned buildings, change policies to encourage use and reuse.
Dana and I couldn't decide if we wanted that to be environmental, public safety, or
Economic development.
Or economic development.
Yeah, so this could go here with the parks, open space, trails, sidewalks.
No. We want to, productively use our vacant commercial buildings.
Okay, does that go here? As a tactic, as an economic development tactic, maybe not a strategy, I don't know.
Okay for now, maybe?
I'm not turning my back anymore. I put it with economic development director. No? Yes? Maybe? Okay.
It tends to be more common in, I would say, in the central city, right? That's part of the point. Yeah.
The heart of the city, Mr. Moon, the heart of the city.
Looking at time. So I'm going to not try to wordsmith this. I'm just going to use the the Sharpies are beating me down. This is economic development, and I'm going to ask you all to look at these up close in just a second. This is neighborhood. I don't know what term. Neighborhood resiliency, neighborhood conservation. Vitality, very good, okay. This is standalone right now, but homelessness. This is public safety. This is operational efficiency. This is parks, open space. This is transit. This is educational excellence. What was this? Equity plan. I'm just going to call it equity. So let me just read it back to you in a way that, well, that the way at least that I'm thinking of this. If we left here today, workforce development. If we left here today and we said, after getting together and talking about our long-term vision as a council and assessing our external environment and talking about what we're good at and not so good at, we said that our biggest, most important challenges and opportunities lie in the areas of transit, promoting educational excellence, economic development, neighborhood vitality, homelessness, workforce development, parks, open space, operational efficiency, and public safety. 9. Are those the right ones? Are those, would you be willing to say, boy, that was a day well spent, and we know that these are the areas that we really need to focus on in broad terms going forward?
I'm not sure about homelessness, if it's just the one. This is Dana talking, so I can't
yeah.
tell who's talking.
Yeah, and I hear you over there.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure about homelessness as a standalone.
Sure. Transit, and maybe that's really transit and transportation more broadly, but right now those two sticky notes speak to transit. Educational excellence, that says doing whatever we can as a city to promote the idea of really high quality education. And now I'm working just clockwise
I would
around
say if we're going to
the
start
wheel.
talking about homelessness, let's talk about affordability, affordable housing, all those pieces as we get into it. I mean, that if you're going to make that a category on its own, that's a part of it.
Yeah, well, I think that's the question. We had one that specifically mentioned homelessness, and it's not the same. The feedback I heard was it doesn't fit directly, connect directly to neighborhood vitality. But let me finish it, answering Mr. Firestone's question. So we'd walk out of here saying, we have identified that our big strategic challenges and opportunities lie in the areas of transit, educational excellence, economic development, neighborhood vitality, homelessness if we include it, public safety, operational efficiency, parks and open space, and workforce development. 9 big categories. Oh, and equities over here. Thank you. I skipped that one. 10.
So I'm wondering, Val, if you would be okay if we did combine educational excellence and workforce development for the purpose of having buckets? Because I do think that it's sort of that through the entire, you want to have excellence in K through 12 so that we also then have excellent workforce. And
also, I'd like to kind of add some, I guess, salt and pepper to parks and open space. I think if we thought about it more broadly in terms of how we address like environmental conservation and sustainability moving forward, I think that's a broader bucket that open space conservation covers, but then things like litter, et cetera, would also fall under. Got the litter for you, Gita.
This says here right now, invest in trails, open space, parks, sidewalks, connected green system, 10-mile, let's see, I can't read.
I think, Councilmember Williams, we might need a sticky.
That's a sticky. Sorry, I wasn't here. That would be
can you
the
write a
sticky I
sticky?
added.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could jot that down. So we're expanding this idea of not just sort of recreational and amenities kind of use of parks and open space as much as a part of our commitment to sustainability and the environment, that kind of thing. Is that right?
And I think he's talking specifically environmental sustainability as opposed to like financial sustainability.
No litter. Yep. preserve the landfill. I guess, what's the landfill issue? Everybody familiar with that? I mean, I know what a landfill is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Extending
gotcha.
the life.
All right, extend the life, yeah. So I got to change the name of this one. What were we going to call that here? I'll just move this one here.
I think environmental sustainability.
I can't write this polysyllabically.
SUST period.
Something like that. Environmental sustainability may be spelled right. Okay, we're making progress. Got 20 minutes.
So I want to, this came up earlier prior to this conversation, but I'm wondering for transit, if we should combine with it, or if it's a separate thought, the transportation funding challenge that we have that Councilmember Moon mentioned earlier, in terms of our financial funding strategy, if we want to talk about transportation funding with transit or keep them separate.
Yeah, and virtually every one of you in one form or fashion or the other, as I taught to you, focused on transportation infrastructure, specifically roadway improvements, and particularly outside of the loop. It came up time and time again.
Would we have something, is there something up there on financial sustainability or long-term investment strategies, improving those kinds of things? Would that be a category?
We could make one.
I guess, Carrie, I would look at you for that too. It seems like that would almost be a category that we would look at.
I'm always good for that. But operations is where we put it. I think we could elaborate on transit. I think we could elaborate on I put the procurement plague, and the procurement plague is a term I picked up from an employee. But I just want to encourage staff, department heads, and really just to look at. I mean, it's a large frustration, and I feel like that. I'm just going to say it. I feel like sometimes legal does a great job, but sometimes legal.
Just say it, Carrie.
But-
Got 2 months left. Say it. Say it, Carrie.
We all have 2 months left now. We're setting up our whole policy based on the concern that someone is going to sue us about our purchases. And there is no greater level of frustration than when we are trying to just purchase something under whatever the new threshold is now, $150,000. And my prior work and conversations have all been about making sure that we spend that dollar, we choose wisely, and we document why we chose the purchase we did. But at the same time, we're required to purchase through this buy board, and then we're required to document a lot of things, and we miss the opportunity a lot of times to choose wisely. I just think we've got to look at how do we reevaluate that whole process, and how do we give our department heads the opportunity to purchase things at a savings without violating state law. And we need to work on changing state law. We can do that. Yep. But we got to, and I feel like legal is in our way a lot of times in how they interpret things. Just with that, I'll say just with that issue, they're at the decision table as opposed to reviewing the decision, and there's just significant savings there. So that's all I'll say on the vendor procurement. It's very frustrating for your employees. If you ask them, what are you frustrated? That's going to be second behind payroll. And then you want to talk transit?
I'm just thinking as a vendor, I have a lot of things to say about that one of these days.
Yeah. With transit, we all see a value in mobility, and we know we can't solve all transit needs with concrete. but we have to invest in something that people are going to ride. And right now we don't have that. And you know, for what we are spending right now, and I've told others this, Chris, I mean, for what we're spending right now in transit, we could buy everyone that rides transit a Cadillac and just let them drive a Cadillac. And so we just got to rethink it and think through how we can better utilize those dollars and get, I mean, to my argument yesterday, we have 270,000 people in the north. We have one bus route to the north. I'm not advocating for more bus routes to the north, because with that bus route has come policies around shopping carts taking from the grocery store to the bus stop, because folks are having to come there to get groceries, which is great, welcome. But why not just drop them off at the grocery store? Why not pick them up at their house? Maybe folks would be willing to drive to participate in transit if they didn't have to solve the first mile and last mile, because we know who's riding the bus. We have private companies do it all the time. You know, where you schedule where you get picked up, you schedule where. Why are we not changing our bus system to accommodate that? Why are we not putting the size of the bus to match the size of the crowd of the people that are riding the bus? And until that visual that folks have on buses is negatively impacts the overall dollars that we make. And you know, if we just took police to a public vote in July, months after, you know, George Floyd, and it passed. If we took the same vote to the public for the same half-cent allocation, which I think we should, would it pass? Would the public decide to invest $99 million a year in how we utilize that dollar? So I just think we need to have a hard conversation about that. And I know Mayor Matty's taken some bold strides in how to address that, and it is a long-term decision process.
Audience, I could have put Carrie on the board with Trinity Metro. That'd have been fun, right?
I'll add a sticky.
Haha, funny. But to Carrie's point, we don't have time to debate transit and how to create it. But I think the point being, how do we as a body collectively work alongside our partners at Trinity Metro to make sure we're serving our residents? The first category of residents are those that depend on transit for lifeline, right? For work, for healthcare, for education. And do an analysis on how to take care of those folks and create best practice. And we're in a good place to do that. So I think, to Carrie's point, it is, while it's hard and maybe those conversations aren't always fun to start, we do have a responsibility to have those conversations, especially to have a world-class transit system, mobility system that works for Fort Worth specifically.
So I'll go back to kind of where we were just a minute ago and ask the question one more time. So I saw our charge as to help this group as a new council, a more diverse council, a younger council, to articulate what it is that we see as the big challenges and the opportunities that we want to work on during our terms of office and beyond. And we've reshuffled a little bit since then, but again, are the things that are most important to you as a governing body to guide sort of the policy agenda: transit and transportation, economic development, neighborhood vitality, public safety, operational efficiency, equity, sustainability, environmental sustainability, and workforce development? Again, if we left here today, and that's what we said we did today, would you have spent the day productively, in your view? Okay. Any other we've got, gosh, I left you with 9 extra minutes. Anything else you want to talk about? Anything we didn't talk about today that you want to bring up, talk about, rethink in terms of what we did earlier in the day? Any changes to make?
observation, and I've been able to sit through this as several council members have before. And I remember who it was today already said, man, it's nice to think about the strategically about the direction of the city rather than get bogged down in the details that we have to do every single Tuesday. How do you keep that going, though? Because it really is hard every Tuesday. We get back in the weeds. And so that's throwing that out there as people to think about. How do we keep strategy at the top of mind rather than the next IR or the next crisis we're managing? And maybe that's just the nature of being in a big city, but it's easy to get away from that pretty quickly.
That's the hard part. I mean, everybody says that, strategic plans rarely fail in the planning. It's in the execution of
So
the plan.
to your point, if we agree collectively that these are the categories that we want to focus on for the next 10, 20, 30 years to create this visionary city, then everything we're doing at the city should fall in one of these categories and should be moving the needle on some of the aspirations that we articulated today.
I would generally agree with that. I recoil a little bit at the word every. There may be sort of day-to-day running the business sorts of things that won't easily fit in here that you still have to do. Let me give you an example, Mayor, and I'm not sure this is directly responsive, but one of the first opportunities I had to do something like this was with the city of Arlington. LZ Odom was the mayor, so that dates me a little bit. And in those days, the city council, and I think there were 9 members, it may have been 7, had 30 committees, 30 council committees. And part of the reason behind all of that is that council candidates in Arlington made a big virtue in their campaign literature about the committees that they chaired. So ultimately, everybody had committees. And we came out of a 2-day weekend retreat out in Kaufman. And if I remember right, the number of this kind of thing was 7. 7 big strategic priorities. And the mayor just decreed, okay, we're getting rid of 30 committees. We're going to have 7. And the 7 were those things that they'd agreed to their strategic priorities. And it was a change for the staff, certainly. And I'm not necessarily recommending this, but they changed their entire agenda process such that those items that made it to the council for action filtered through those strategic committees. And the staff moaned about it a little bit because of more work, but that was how they went about doing it. I'm not saying it's the best way, but I guess the bigger answer to that is they align everything they do to that.
I was just going to say, I would think there's ways that we can check in during the budget process, right, to see if any special things that we're doing in the budget process, or do they fit into some of those categories. But I do agree that these are meant to be focus areas, but it doesn't mean there's no way it can cover all the city business that we do. Water and sewer is going to touch on a lot of these, but I don't, that's going to have its own emphasis for different reasons. But there are going to be some special activities that we're going to want to undertake.
I think that's exactly right. I would say that because this was a hurried process, right? What's more important than these is these, right? So, for example, you mentioned water and sewer. Well, there isn't anything up here that talks about water and sewer, but you did call this environmental sustainability, and that's where water and sewer most likely fit, right?
I think it's real important that moving forward, staff is completely aware of what we identified here, and maybe it takes staff to give us a status of what it takes to achieve what they've heard us say here today. But we've got to make sure that these just don't stay sticky notes on a board. This is something that we came and discussed after a long day at council yesterday. I never want to do a retreat again after council. But it's important that we make sure that the way staff functions has all of these ideas incorporated into whatever they do. And if there's a need for a change in processes, it's going to take staff to let us know. So I'd like to hear from David to see if that's how we're going to, some kind of way that we're going to move these things off the wall into the operational manuals and stuff.
Well, one of the reasons of inviting the audience here, who you see over there, is so they hear the same conversation that played out in it's also being videotaped, and other people are watching it somewhere else. So everybody has heard the conversation that we've all had here today. So that's one way it gets communicated. The other thing we'll do with David Eisenlohr is we will synthesize this, right, and feed it back to not only the city council, but also to department heads and staff. What I was going to also add is the way your calendar is currently composed or scheduled makes it actually easier to come back with some of these topics, since we have work sessions on 2 of those Tuesdays during the month. And right, we can organize the feedback of information, the scheduling of presentations to focus around these areas as a part of your new schedule. So the new schedule, I think, makes it easier as well. And then we test that each year when we come with the recommended budget, which will be this summer, of are we allocating resources to get some of this stuff accomplished. So.
I would also like to make sure we're able to give Carrie a temporary badge so that after May, you promised me you would still be close. And that way Carrie can come back and be with us and keep us on the track that, deal?
Move to deny.
Oh.
Second.
Carrie, I was going to go for a contract, but I don't think I can get 4 more people now.
We have trouble getting 5 people, apparently.
All in favor? All in favor?
As long as you make him stay on topic.
Well, I think to maybe start to close this out, and I'll turn it back to David and to David. Either way.
You're David's.
Okay. One final thought on this. Maybe it's serendipitous that we had one open circle, which would be this category, to Dana's point, of the daily running of a city that doesn't really fit in a category. We have to bring to council issues that are coming up, and that makes sense to me. But I'll speak for myself, and I want council members to respond to this. It would be immensely helpful if we could tweak these categories if we think there's need to over the next several weeks. But if department heads and leadership try to put their presentations and their work and their decisions for council into these categories, and also work with Mark and his team on what are the data metrics we should be tracking collectively as a city, and you're bringing that to us at, very periodically, so that we're all kind of aware of how we're moving the needle together. Because I think we all got a lot of his presentation today was really helpful. It needs to be done more than once a year, at least for me, because all of us are juggling lots of different things, and it's so much easier to know, okay, today we're going to focus on public safety, and there's a variety of different things we're going to talk about, but they all fit in that category. And if you knew walking into a work session, how great would that be? If you knew today we're going to talk about operational efficiency, and we're going to talk about all the things that pertain to that. And so when a department head says, hey, I need to present this to council, you're like, great, your time is a month from now on this Tuesday, because we're going to dive in on operational efficiency that day. Maybe less whack-a-mole from me, but I want reaction to that from other council members.
I'll second that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Elizabeth.
There you go. You want to vote on you with us on that one, Carrie? All right. We might have the votes.
Perfect.
Just to expand on that, I think that's a great idea, because we go into the work sessions and we're bombarded with a lot of different information, but coalescing around certain topics, I think, will go a long way in breaking down some of the silos. So if we're talking about operational efficiency, and that's where our brain is, and we have several different topics or departments, it gets us collectively thinking from a policy or procedure perspective and not a silo perspective. Good idea.
I love that idea as well, because it allows us to also get a lot more done in those buckets. Like, for example, we could have done this whole thing just on transit and transportation, and doing that it'll at least help me feel like we're able to move, or at least kick the ball down the field as far as possible before having to switch to the next thing.
Our committees are sort of aligned in these categories already. I mean, we don't cover every area, but our committees already aligned. So hopefully our committee chairs and council members feel like that's helpful to what you're trying to do in each individual committees also. What are we missing, Carrie? I'm really leaning on you because you are going to leave us in a few months. You've done this a lot. Where have you felt like we've fallen short, and what could we learn from that?
A lot of it, I think that how do I say this? We have functions within various departments that are duplicate function in another department. And I'll talk grants management is one, payroll is another. That'd be one. I would say with building services or building, I think our biggest thing there is our POS, is how we process permits. You know, you got to go to, how do I say this? The example I use, you go into a restaurant, you sit at the bar, you order something from that bartender off the bar menu, the bartender serves it, you get up and you move to the restaurant section of that restaurant. At a different table, you order from a different menu, from a different employee, from a different POS, but when you leave, you get one ticket. And we can't do that. So you go to a permit, you should get the same, on the same ticket, should be your fire, your TABC, your impact fees, everything should be on there. That can be done. It's done in the private world. It can be done in our basement, and that's efficiency. So that'd be one thing, and then that's the second thing. And then the first is just we have duplication of functions. If you're in grants management, that should be under one department. We do a great job with grants management. We had exposure as a city to $100 million that we had with federal grant, that we had to say, hey, here's our data on it, but what if maybe there's another function, another department that doesn't manage it as well? What would have been our exposure there? And then we see the challenges with payroll. And payroll is a problem of combination of timekeeping and payroll. So those are the things I would focus on from operational efficiencies. We could streamline those services.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. There's I think we've actually kind of captured this concept, but there's a great management book called Measure What Matters by a venture capitalist named John Doerr, who, you know, was one of Sand Hill Road's great venture capitalists. Do you know the book, David? But it's a management philosophy based around identifying objectives and then key results. And we could take each one of these categories, define what the objectives are, and the key to it is to schedule on a regular basis an update on how we're tracking to achieving those objectives. So it doesn't go away. It doesn't, you know, finish when we, you know, conclude a good day here, but it's a tool that we can actually keep the intent and the wisdom, so to speak, of what we've done today. We can follow through with it because we're measuring it, and it's a discipline that we're going to implement to stay on point. Is just one idea.
And I'll just elaborate on that. It's all about employee solutions. We don't have the answers. We just want to listen to, but a lot of the staff does, the employees do, and just give them the opportunity to come with those solutions. And it may be something you don't have to create a new idea. You just got to imitate what works elsewhere, what you've seen work elsewhere. So I just value that employee solution because there's ideas out there from the employees. I hear them, but they don't make it all the way up into a changing of a policy or a process.
Anybody else to close out? Any comments before I turn to David to give us his wisdom before we leave today?
I don't know that I have wisdom, because I do think, as I described before, how we can bring this back will be very helpful, and I think help you, because that's our job, is to figure out how to help you. But time, and we talked about in our smaller group, is what's valued too, right? And we want to be respective of how much time we all spend for the benefit of our 900 and some thousand citizens and all the visitors that come here. So I want to thank you for the time that you've spent today. We will follow up with you on several occasions to make sure that your time here today was well spent, and we'll test that as we bring stuff forward on future work sessions and budget, so forth. So thank you for your time.
Awesome. Well, I think with that, Council, we're adjourned. Great job today. Thank you.
Rock and roll.